Sorry for the late start this time, guys. I have a slightly better excuse than usual. I woke up feeling kind of sick. I think I might be coming down with a cold. Vermin's had a cold, and we spent 3 hours watching 90 Day Fiancé last night. So I might have a cold, but after a little bit of laying there, I decided that I felt okay enough that I could stream. So, we'll see how my voice does moving forward. Runny nose, nah, sore throat. People got irritated by having music play while they waited Progressive Victory, so they would mute the tab, and then they wouldn't hear me when I actually started the stream. Did you see the lasted some more news? The last one? No, no. Don't use start, Benjamin. Going to see the new movie, The American Society of Magical N-Words? Uh... What a start. They're doing it. Look, it's fantastic. The American Society of Magical Negroes hits theaters on March 22nd, 2024. Yeah, can we have 3 tickets? The American Society of Magical go on. Say it. What do you want tickets for, sir? 4 tickets to uh I'm a bit behind, Flavier. Unprecedented levels of hiring black people by movie theaters is about to happen. Yeah, this is like fucking affirmative action by proxy because it's like shit, we can't have anyone read out the ticket names unless we have black guys working here. Yeah, I could be off on this, but I'm pretty sure that nobody reasonably considers that a slur anymore because it's historical enough that it's almost exclusively used in reference to historical writings. Like no, like I've never heard a racist unironically use that word. Like basically, well, I guess maybe if it's like some 80-year-old white guy racist. I don't know. In modern parlance, I feel like it's almost entirely relegated to like historical text. Who's that? Also, I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure that even back when it was used, it wasn't a slur. Like that was just a term that was used. Like it was obviously used in the context of historical and contemporary racial oppression. So it's not like it was clean or whatever. But the term was used in like official parlance, by white and black people. And then we shifted away from it because, relatively recent. When will the N word no longer be a slur then? When white people no longer want to say it. Um,
Let's go.
Crystal and Sagar debate. Is Israel ethnically cleansing Gaza? Oh, shit. Wait, what? Ruben. Ruben. Oh, he's jumpy today. Oh, he's zooping. You zooping? Got out of the shower to see him dive bombing Pigeon, who was bundled in a blanket. Ruben. Now, when he's rowdy, you can't catch him. He's too fast. Do you condemn Bin Laden? Oh, yeah, that shit. Hold on.
the Jewish state
Love
has an
autoplay. I love autoplay. It's my favorite thing in the world. I love autoplay. All right. So Israel is losing the propaganda war really badly, especially online, especially with young people. And this is leading people to discover all sorts of new things about politics, like the current viral TikTok trend of reacting to Osama bin Laden's letter to America, where a bunch of, like, I don't know, 22-year-olds act as though letter to America is some kind of hidden secret document that has been kept from the American people. And I mean, trying to go back to life as normal after reading Osama bin Laden's letter to America and realizing everything we learned about the Middle East, 9/11, and terrorism was a lie. 1.1 million views. Okay. How did these kids not even know about bin Laden? A lot of these kids probably literally weren't born when 9/11 happened. They were the letter to America was written before they were born. So yeah, now we have a bunch of these, like, well, no excuse to this guy. This guy's not 20. I hope. Yeah, Zoomers discovering history. Anyway, we can just read it. It's not a secret. It was published in like 2002, I think. Oh God. From CNN. Some young Americans say they sympathize with Osama bin Laden. Oh no. Oh God. People are getting negatively polarized into becoming fucking jihadists. Al Qaeda is about to get a membership surge entirely from like them American leftoids who believe that Al Qaeda was like a principled anti-imperialist organization. God damn it. Hey, listen, okay? Nobody cue these kids in on the fact that Osama bin Laden was from the House of Saud, the like ultra multi-billion-dollar construction magnate, one of the most powerful corporate forces in the Middle East, and that he was like an ultra wealthy fail son. Let me find the damn document. To the American people. Read the letter, no balls. I just said we were going to do that. What do you want? Isn't 9/11 taught in the States? In America, 9/11 is basically taught as, and then the Muslims were really mad at us because we have girls in bikinis and we have sunglasses and we have beer and we have freedom and we have internet porn. So they got really mad at us and they wanted to kill a bunch of us. But thankfully, we beat the Muslims by invading 2 of their countries. That's not Letter to America. This is. Wait, I haven't read it yet. Oh yeah, sorry. This is Letter to the American People. This is Letter to America. You know, the Guardian article that listed the Letter to America has removed the document for some reason. I've noticed many young people online usually watch or read one thing some dictator says and then go, oh my God, he's so base, completely ignoring their actions. I think a lot of that is because a lot of young people, especially populists, are so sick of liberal civility that they will jump on any leader with the quote-unquote balls to say, you know, something deviant and contrary, even if it's like incredibly stupid or if the person is monstrous, you know? And they just completely miss the blatant anti-Semitism. We'll read it. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, permission to fight against disbelievers is given to those believers who are fought against. Okay. I don't want to read a bunch of this shit. Okay, let's get to the important part. While seeking Allah's help, we form our reply based on 2 questions directed at the Americans. Question 1, why are we fighting and opposing you? Question 2, what are we calling you to? And what do we want from you? As for the first question, why are we fighting and opposing you? The answer is very simple. 1. Because you attacked us and continued to attack us. A. You attacked us in Palestine. Palestine, which has sunk under military occupation for more than 80 years. The British handed over Palestine with your help and your support to the Jews, who have occupied it for more than 50 years, years overflowing with oppression, tyranny, crimes, killing, expulsion, destruction, and devastation. Guys, did you know that a jihadist militant might take issue with Israel's presence in the Middle East? I am shocked and in disbelief that Osama bin Laden, the head of Al-Qaeda, might take issue with Israel being in the Middle East. This is information that was hidden from me. The creation and continuation of Israel is one of the greatest crimes, and you are the leaders of its criminals. And of course, there is no need to explain and prove the degree of American support for Israel. The creation of Israel is a crime which must be erased. Each and every person whose hands have become polluted in the contribution towards this crime must pay its price, and pay for it heavily. 2. It brings us both laughter and tears to see that you have not yet tired of repeating your fabricated lies that the Jews have a historical right to Palestine, as it was promised to them in the Torah. Anyone who disputes with them on this alleged fact is accused of anti-Semitism. This is one of the most fallacious, widely circulated fabrications in history. The people of Palestine are pure Arabs and original Semites. It is the Muslims who are the inheritors of Moses, okay, peace be upon him, and the inheritors of the real Torah that has not been changed. Muslims believe in all the prophets, including Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon them all. If the followers of Moses have been promised a right to Palestine in the Torah, the Muslims are the most worthy nation of this. So, I can't believe I'm about to unironically debunk Letter to America, but okay. First of all, notice how his apparent opposition to Israeli presence in the Middle East is in large part founded upon him having the exact same set of beliefs, just with a different group. That is to say, historical religious claim to the Holy Land. He at first opens with a correct argument, which is that Israel has committed war crimes and ethnic cleansing, and that it was backed by American and British support, and so on and so forth. That's true. But then he goes on to be like, and anyway, did you know it's actually the Muslims who are the historical inheritors of the, the Middle East? It's like, it's not exactly coming from a place of principled humanitarianism, for one. We'll get more. When the Muslims conquered Palestine and drove out the Romans, Palestine and Jerusalem returned to Islam and the religion of all the prophets, peace be upon them. Therefore, the call to a historical right to Palestine cannot be raised against the Islamic Ummah that believes in all the prophets of Allah, and we make no distinction between them. I'm pretty sure that Muslims make a distinction between Muhammad and the others, but okay. Yeah, it actually belongs to the Romans, okay? The Romans have the real historical claim. We need to give the Holy Land to the Pope, okay? Like, the Pope already controls one holy territory in the Vatican, all right? The Pope should also get Jerusalem. That would make the Tradcasts happy. I wish people got the more nuanced take that the Israel's defeat of Arab socialists and nationalists led to the Salafist jihadist movements. 2 points. For one, there is a proud and decades-long, centuries-long tradition of Arab socialism that has repeatedly been crushed by people like Osama bin Laden that gets ignored in engagements like this. That's one. I mean, Jesus, look what happened in Iran. For two, Osama bin Laden doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people, and neither does modern-day Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden, like, you can read up in his history if you want, okay? Osama bin Laden was a hardline, like, jihadist and anti-Western interventionist. His principal issue was not with the suffering of the Palestinian people, but rather with the fact that the West continued to meddle in the affairs of the Middle East. He was not a humanitarian. You can take a look at, like, his entire history. From day one and onward, even back when he was working with the United States, he was very obviously primarily motivated by, you can't even really call it anti-imperialism, because he didn't have a problem with imperialism when it was against, like, his own people. He didn't have a problem with religious autocracy. It was mostly just Western imperialism. I mean, frankly, infidels, to pull out a meme word, like, that was his thing, right? Bust the infidels out, get them out of there. Um, but it wasn't humanitarian. 3. The blood pouring out of Palestine must be equally revenged. You must know that the Palestinians do not cry alone. Their women are not widowed alone. Their sons are not orphaned alone. You attack us in Somalia. You supported the Russian atrocities against us in Chechnya, the Indian oppression against us in Kashmir, the Jewish aggression against us in Lebanon. Under your supervision, consent, and orders, the governments of our countries which act as your agents attack us on a daily basis, prevent our people from establishing the Islamic Sharia, using violence and lies to do so. These governments give us a taste of humiliation and places us in a large prison of fear and subdual. These governments steal our Ummah's wealth and sell it to you at a paltry price. These governments have surrendered to the Jews and handed them most of Palestine, acknowledging the existence of their state over the dismembered limbs of their own people. The removal of these governments is an obligation upon us, and a necessary step to free the Ummah, to make the Sharia the supreme law, and to regain Palestine. And our fight against these governments is not separate from our fight against you. From out fight against you? Epic fail. You steal our wealth and oil at paltry prices because of your international influence and military threats. Your international influence and military threats. This theft is indeed the biggest theft ever witnessed by mankind in the history of the world. That's probably not true. Again, I want to be clear. One of the reasons why these dipshit Zoomers on TikTok are falling for this is because Osama bin Laden is correctly pointing out that the consequences of Western imperialism in the Middle East have been disastrous. He was right on that specific point. The problem is that his underlying methodology for arriving at that conclusion and what he actually wanted the Middle East to look like were not good. Does anyone seriously think Osama bin Laden was trying to build out some kind of secular, humanist, egalitarian Middle East? No. The people who he agreed with and worked with and the ideology he pushes is one which represents all the atrocities he attributes to the West. The only difference is that we have the power to commit them, you know? If the positions were reversed, he would be no better. In all likelihood, he would be worse. So probably not a good idea to... It's like I've said so many times before. It's not enough to agree when another person identifies a problem. You can only agree with them after they propose a solution, right? If you go around agreeing with everyone who says the government is controlled by oligarchs, you're going to end up agreeing with a lot of Nazis. You need to know what they think of their prescriptions and what they want to do about it. This is the same Zizek point that even if Nazis were correct, it didn't justify their positions. Yeah, this is what I said with non-compete. This is why you need a fucking ethical framework. Because even in spite, even if you run through everything the Nazis did, they lied, they were wrong on everything, but even if somehow they were right, it wouldn't have justified what they did. You have to fight it on two fronts. It's like what Israel does, right? Even if Israel was right in all of the propaganda and lies they put forward, that every single hospital is a Hamas base, that every single Palestinian baby is given a suicide bomb vest from day one or whatever, it wouldn't justify the indiscriminate bombing of the Gaza Strip. You know, it's not enough to simply say they're wrong in the facts; they're wrong in their framework, and that is what Osama bin Laden is wrong on. He's also wrong on a lot of these facts, but you know. Your forces occupy our countries, you spread your military bases throughout them, you corrupt our lands, you besiege our sanctities to protect the security of the Jews and to ensure the continuity of your pillage of our treasures. Man, considering the fact that all this Western imperialism was pretty much entirely done and orchestrated by Christians, it's very weird how Jews are the ones who he specifically names over and over and over again. Everything, all of this bedrock is built upon the power of the largely Christian West from Christendom, you know? And for some reason, the Jews are the ones who keep getting named. You have starved the Muslims of Iraq, where children die every day. It is a wonder that more than 1.5 million Iraqi children have died as a result of your sanctions, and you did not show concern. Yet when 3,000 of your people died, the entire world rises and has not yet sat down. You have supported the Jews in their idea that Jerusalem is their eternal capital and agreed to move your embassy there. With your help and under your protection, the Israelis are planning to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Under the protection of your weapons, Sharon entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque to pollute it as a preparation to capture and destroy it. What does he mean, Sharon? Is that like a... Oh, no, he means a person. Ariel Sharon, an Israeli general and politician. Okay. Just making sure. 2. These tragedies and calamities are only a few examples of your oppression and aggression against us. It is commanded by our religion and intellect that the oppressed have a right to return the aggression. Do not await anything from us but jihad, resistance, and revenge. Is it in any way rational to expect that after America has attacked us for more than half a century, that we will then leave her to live in security and peace? You may then dispute that all of the above does not justify aggression against civilians for crimes they did not commit and offenses in which they did not partake. Uh-oh. This argument contradicts your continuous repetition that America is the land of freedom and its leaders in this world. Therefore, the American people are the ones who choose their government by way of their own free will, a choice which stems from their agreement to its policies. Uh-oh. The idea of being able to collectively attack civilians because the voting decisions of the population is exactly the shit that Israel said about the Palestinian people. Thus, the American people have chosen, consented to, and affirmed their support for the Israeli oppression of the Palestinians, the occupation and usurpation of their land, and its continuous killing, torture, punishment, and expulsion of the Palestinians. The American people have the ability and choice to refuse the policies of their government and even to change it if they want. Extremely reductive, but like fundamentally, the sickness of the American political body is a representation of the sickness of our culture to an extent. So, the American people are the one who pay the taxes which fund the planes that bomb us in Afghanistan, the tanks that strike and destroy our homes in Palestine, the armies which occupy our lands in the Arabian Gulf, and the fleets which ensure the blockade of Iraq. These tax dollars are given to Israel for it to continue to attack us and penetrate our lands. So the American people are the ones who fund the attacks against us, and they are the ones who oversee the expenditure of these monies in the way they wish through their elected candidates. Also, the American army is part of the American people. It is the very same people who are shamelessly helping the Jews fight against it. Man, he really hasn't even mentioned, like, Christians, really. It's just over and over again. The American people are the ones who employ both their men and their women in the American forces which attack us. This is why the American people cannot be innocent of all the crimes committed by the Americans and Jews against us. Allah the Almighty legislated permission and the option to take revenge. Thus, if we are attacked, then we have the right to attack back. Whoever has destroyed our villages and towns, then we have the right to destroy their villages and towns. Whoever has stolen our wealth, then we have the right to destroy their economy. And whoever has killed our civilians, then we have the right to kill theirs. The American government and press still refuses to answer the question, why did they attack us in New York and Washington? If Sharon is a man of peace in the eyes of Bush, what does he mean by Bush? Let me look that up. Then we are also men of peace. America does not understand the language of manners and principles, so we are addressing it using the language it understands. As for the second question that we want to... Come on, guys. As for the second question we want to answer, what are we calling you to and what do we want from you? The first thing we are calling you to is Islam. The religion of the who could have thought? The religion of the unification of God, of freedom from associating partners with him, and rejection of this, of complete love of him, the exalted, of complete submission to his laws, and of the discarding of all the opinions, orders, theories, and religions which contradict with religion he sent down to his prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Islam is the religion of all the prophets and makes no distinction between them, peace be upon them all. Why does he keep saying he makes no distinction between the prophets when Muslims absolutely hold... Okay, I don't know. Who could have guessed that the Islamic jihadists' very first call to the West to change their behavior would be for all of them to convert? But he continues for a while. It is to this religion that we call you, the seal of all previous religions. It is the religion of unification of God, sincerity, the best of manners, righteousness, mercy, honor, purity, and piety. It is the religion of showing kindness to others, establishing justice between them, granting them their rights, and defending the oppressed and the persecuted. It is the religion of enjoying the good and forbidding the evil with the hand, tongue, and heart. It is the religion of jihad in the way of Allah, so that Allah's word and religion remain supreme. Like the brand. and it is the religion of unity and agreement on the obedience to Allah and total equality between all people without regarding their color, sex, or language. Jesus fucking Christ. If you're a Zoomer and you fall for this shit, then go to like an evangelical megachurch and just believe everything you hear. Jesus fucking Christ. It is the religion whose book, the Quran, will remain preserved and unchanged after the other divine books and messages have been changed. The Quran is the miracle until the day of judgment. Allah has challenged anyone to bring a book like the Quran or even 10 verses like it. 2. The second thing we call you to is to stop your oppression, lies, immorality, and debauchery that is spread among you. We call you to be a people of manners, principles, honor, and purity, to reject the immoral acts of fornication, homosexuality, intoxicants, gambling, and trading with interest, or usury. I assume by fornication he means extramarital sex. Like, I assume that, because my understanding is that fornication just means having sex. Do they not have banks? Of course they do. It's like when tradcaths blame Jews for being greedy and inventing usury, and then like they live in a country where Christians run the banks and charge interest. They're just saying this shit, you know? Keep in mind, Osama bin Laden isn't like a representative of the Middle East. He was a lunatic extremist and the black sheep of his very wealthy family. Like it's like having 10 children, 9 of them go on to carry on the family business, and then the 10th of them decides to like, you know, fucking travel the world as a you know, terrorist leader and empower local like jihadist movements. Who did 9/11? We call you to all of this that you may be freed from that which you have become caught up in, that you may be freed from the deceptive lies that you are a great nation, that your leaders spread amongst you to conceal from you the despicable state to which you have reached. It is saddening to tell you you are the worst civilization witnessed by the history of mankind. You are the nation who, rather than ruling by the Sharia of Allah and its constitution and laws, choose to invent your own laws as you will and desire. So again, he's a fundamentalist, and like many religious fundamentalists, he believes purely in divine command theory. All laws derive directly from their holy text. You separate religion from your policies, contradicting the pure nature which affirms absolute authority to the Lord and your Creator. You flee from the embarrassing question posed to you. How is it possible for Allah the Almighty to create His creation, grant them power over all the creatures in land, grant them all the amenities of life, and then deny them that which they are most in need of, knowledge of the laws which govern their lives? You are the nation that permits usury, which has been forbidden by all the religions. So America alone allows for interest in bank loans, as opposed to, you know, every country on earth. Yet you build your economy and investments on usury. As a result of this, in all its different forms and guises, the Jews have taken control of your economy. So again, like, this is one of those things that if you're like a dipshit Zoomer, you should be asking yourself, why is he blaming usury on Jews when Saudi Arabia, his country, has banks that charge interest along with every other country? Why is he so obsessed with pinning this perceived moral failing on Jews? What underlying motivations exist through his, like, what ideological foundations is he building these assertions upon? Yeah. Oh my God. Muslim countries have Islamic banking, which is basically the bank buys the thing you want, like a house, and they sell it to you with a markup, and you pay in installments. Yeah, they have their own like preferred system of charging people more shit for the loans that they need. They're doing it in a way that prevents them from calling it usury. Like, they have their own system for charging more if you need a loan, but like, because it's not usury, it's not Jewish. That's one. And two, they also charge interest. That, like, international business is a law of the land. Saudi Arabia deals with people from all nations. They are absolutely not purely conducting their business in the form of Islamic banking. Through which they have then taken control of their media. Okay, now he's arguing Jews control our media, and now control all aspects of your life, making you their, read Jews, servants, and achieving their aims at your expense, precisely what Benjamin Franklin warned you against. I guess at some point maybe Benjamin Franklin warned against Jews. This is apparently what he was referring to with Ben Franklin. It was written by an actual Nazi in the 1930s with no source. The Franklin Prophecy warned about the supposed dangers of admitting Jews to the nascent United States. No evidence exists for the document's authenticity. Written in 1934 in the pages of William Dudley Pelley's Silver Legion Nazi magazine Liberation. Nice. Good to see Osama bin Laden is pulling from nothing but the best sources. How as a jihadist leader in the Middle East, would you even know about... Okay. You are a nation that permits the production, trading, and usage of intoxicants. You also permit drugs and only forbid the trade of them, even though your nation is the largest consumer of them. You are a nation that permits acts of immorality, and you consider them to be pillars of personal freedom. Hell yeah, brother. Osama bin Laden actually did hate our freedoms. You have continued to sink down this abyss from level to level until incest has spread among you. Okay, this is hysterical considering the rate of a cousin marriage in is it Saudi Arabia or is it Afghanistan that I'm thinking of? Hold on. Prevalency of consanguinity among Al-Baha citizens. Of these total married participants, 302 were in a committed marriage. 71.5% were married to first or second cousins. What? The Saudi population of Saudi Arabia are all Muslims, and marriage regulations permit marriage between first, second cousins, and double cousins. Here we go. Cousin marriage is a form of consanguinity. As of 2003, an average of 45% of married couples were related in the Arab world. Osama bin Laden epically defeated with facts and logic. Thank you. Not to mention Afghanistan's entire economy while he hung out there was opium. Yep. Also, he had like porn on his computer, right? Man, I wonder if very much like evangelical Christians, this guy is a gigantic hypocrite. The only real difference between this guy and like any sort of like lunatic alt-righter in America is that A, he was more successful, let's be real, and B, different religion. Otherwise, pretty similar. Hold on. Definitely coming down with the cold. Very sniffly. Cultures are different, but reactionaries are all the same. That is true. White name, don't patronize me. In the face of which neither your sense of honor nor your laws object. Who can forget your President Clinton's immoral acts committed in the official Oval Office? Okay, I'm pretty sure that this was him making an effort to like drive a wedge in American politics. Again, like he'll do the same thing that like other reactionaries will do, where they'll like Putin does this to a large extent as well, where they will deliberately inflame partisan tensions in the country in America as a way of sort of driving division and fostering mutual antagonism. It's a way of striking against them to an extent. After that, you did not even bring him to account other than that he made a mistake, after which everything passed with no judgment. Is there a worse kind of event for which your name will go down in history and remembered by nations? That's what he brings up as like national shame territory, you know? not slavery or like the Japanese internment camps or the Trail of Tears or whatever. Clinton got his dick sucked by a White House aide. You are a nation that permits gambling in all of its forms. The companies practice this as well, resulting in the investments becoming active and criminals becoming rich. You are a nation that exploits women like consumer products or advertiser to. Oh, man, I'm going to resist the incredibly easiest shot on how fucking radical Muslims treat women, but okay. Calling upon customers to purchase them, you use women to serve passengers, visitors, and strangers to increase your profit margins. Then you rant you support the liberation of women. You are a nation that practices the trade of sex in all its forms directly and indirectly. Giant corporations and establishments are established on this under the name of art, entertainment, tourism, and freedom, and other deceptive names you attribute to it. And because of this, you have been described in history as a nation that spreads diseases that were unknown to men in the past. Go ahead and boast to the nations of man that you brought them AIDS as a satanic American invention. So yes, like far-right American conspiracy theorists, AIDS was made by the government. You have destroyed nature with your industrial waste and gases more so than any other nation in history. Despite this, you refuse to sign the Kyoto Agreement so that you can secure the profit of your greedy companies and industries. Again, saying this as a son of the House of Saud. Your law is the law of rich and wealthy people who hold sway in their political parties and fund their election campaigns with their gifts. Behind them stand the Jews, who control your policies, media, and economy. And again, people might be tempted to look at some of this and go like, damn, Osama bin Laden has some points for making the incredibly rare arguments that Americans are sexist sometimes and also greedy. Like, wow, only Osama bin Laden could have made these arguments. And then you turn around and look at what he wanted and what he wanted to promote. And it was like infinitely worse, you know? Just because he's a hypocrite doesn't mean he isn't largely right on some things. You don't get partial credit for being right on the most obvious points in the world. Like, a lot of what he says here isn't even an issue, right? Like, gambling, yeah, right? The only reason he takes issue with any of these things is because they defy his holy law. Like, it's not about humanism. None of the arguments that he's making are about making people happier or their lives better. It's not about making people more prosperous. It's not about identifying problems in society and trying to fix them. It's just about imposing Islamic law on everyone. That's it. It would be like listening to an evangelical Christian say that, like, men no longer trust their neighbor and we've all coveted, like, our neighbor's possessions too much, and going like, wow, you can't deny he's right on this, like, in between the evangelical pastor ranting about prosperity gospel and how Jews control the media. Like, no partial credit, 0 points. People's fucking standards are so low. That which you are singled out for in the history of mankind is that you have used your force to destroy mankind more than any other nation in history, not to defend principles and values, but to hasten to secure your interests and profits. You who dropped the nuclear bomb on Japan, hey, 2 nuclear bombs, not 1, even though Japan was ready to negotiate an end to the war. Hey, hold on. Okay. They didn't want to give up their leadership. All right. The fact that the emperor was not hanging from a lamppost at the end of World War II is a crime that we will never be able to account for. The entire war minister cabinet. How many acts of oppression, tyranny, and injustice have you carried out, O callers to freedom? Let us not forget one of your major characteristics, your duality in both manners and values, your hypocrisy in manners and principles. All manners, principles, and values have 2 scales, one for you and one for the others. Dude, Osama bin Laden's pointing out the fact that a nation state is hypocritical in the standards it sets for itself versus others. Wow, that's crazy. As opposed to all other institutions and people ever. What an incredible, what a wise man. The freedom and democracy you call to is for yourselves and for the white race only. As for the rest of the world, you impose upon them your monstrous destructive policies and governments, which you call the American friends. Yet you prevent them from establishing democracies. When the Islamic Party in Algeria wanted to practice democracy, and they won the election, you unleashed your agents in the Algerian army onto them, and to attack them with tanks and guns, to imprison and torture them. A new lesson from the American Book of Democracy. I don't know that much about this conflict that he's referring to. However, something tells me that the Islamic Party in Algeria, a party that Osama bin Laden is praising, probably didn't actually want democracy. If they wanted democracy, Osama bin Laden wouldn't like them. Your policy on prohibiting and forcibly removing weapons of mass destruction to ensure world peace, it only applies to those countries which you do not permit to possess such weapons. As for the countries that you consent to, such as Israel, wow, why'd we go to that one? Then they are allowed to keep and use such weapons to defend their security. Anyone else who you might suspect of manufacturing or keeping those kinds of weapons, you call them criminals and you take military action against them. You are the last ones to respect the resolutions and policies of international law, yet you claim to want to selectively punish anyone else who does the same. Israel has for more than 50 years been pushing UN resolutions and rules against the wall with full support from America. Potato Brain Simp, holy shit, the Emperor did not have no power. Basically, the leftist party that defeated the French in the Algerian War of Independence fought a civil war against Islamic parties. Wait, so Osama bin Laden is promoting the anti, like the bad party. Well, hold on. The Islamic Salvation Front. But agree. The founders and leaders of the FIS did not agree on all issues, but agree on the core objective of establishing an Islamic state ruled by Sharia law. Remember, this was what Osama bin Laden described as the Islamic Party in Algeria wanting to practice democracy. I wonder if this guy might not be motivated by making people's lives better and might just be a religious fundamentalist who will do or say anything, ignore any hypocrisy, overlook anything, occasionally make points that sound correct until you dig into them a little bit, or at the very least ask for, like, qualification. All in the service of Islam. Its 1990 electoral victory, giving it control of many local governments, led to the imposing of the veil on female municipal employees, pressuring of liquor stores, video shops, and other establishments perceived as un-Islamic to close, and segregation of bathing areas by gender. Man, I love democracy. Ideology: Sunni Islamism, Islamic fundamentalism, jihadism, Arab nationalism, Qutbism, pan-Islamism, anti-communism, anti-democracy. All right. As for the war criminals which you censure and form criminal courts for, you shamelessly ask that your own are granted immunity. However, history will not forget the war crimes that you committed against the Muslims and the rest of the world, those that you've killed in Japan, Afghanistan, Somalia, Lebanon, and Iraq. Japan is really not the best okay. Remain ashamed that you will never be able to escape. It will suffice to remind you of your latest war crimes in Afghanistan, in which densely populated innocent civilian villages were destroyed. Bombs were dropped on mosques, causing the roof of the mosque to come crashing down on the heads of the Muslims praying inside. You are the ones who broke the agreement. Also, please remember that Osama bin Laden's explicit goal in 9/11 was to antagonize the West into retaliating, thereby causing more death and polarizing the Muslim world against the West. He doesn't give a shit about dead Muslims. Jihadists, Islamic jihadists, are like the biggest fucking proponents of martyrdom. If you die for Allah, that's dope as shit, according to them, whether you wanted to or not. So him provoking the West, which is exactly what he intended to do successfully, by the way, with the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, which was intended to polarize the West against Muslims, which worked. He did this because he was gambling on the lives of hundreds of thousands, millions of Arabs, in the hopes that it would ferment more hatred against the West, which it did. He succeeded. So bin Laden won? Yes. That's a future research stream, Masaguri. Oh man, dude, my sinuses feel so clogged up. I'm dying. I'm dying. I mean, there were also demons in the White House at the time, so he had help. Yeah, I'm not saying that America and American leaders didn't choose to do that. I'm only saying that, like, his claims to be concerned for the lives of civilians are totally disingenuous. They're completely, like, a lie. When they drinking forward, killing more than 1,000. You claim to be the vanguards of human rights, and your Ministry of Foreign Affairs issues annual reports containing statistics of those countries that violate any human rights. However, all these things vanished when the Mujahideen hit you, and you then implemented the methods of the same documented governments that you used to curse. In America, you captured thousands of Muslims and Arabs. You took them into custody with neither reason, court trial, nor even disclosing their names. You issued newer, harsher laws. What happens in Guantanamo is a historical embarrassment to America and its values, and it screams into your face. You hypocrites, what is the value of their signature on any agreement or treaty? I should not have decided to read this whole thing out loud with the cold. What we call you to, thirdly, is to take an honest stance with yourselves, and I doubt you will do so, to discover that you are a nation without principles or manners, and that the values and principles... again, I'm just imagining some, like, Gen Z TikTokers reading this and, like, wistfully thinking about the extremely principled and mannerful world that Osama bin Laden lived in. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea. We also advise you to stop supporting Israel, to end your support of the Indians in Kashmir, the Russians against the Chechens, and to also cease supporting the Manila government against the Muslims in the southern Philippines. We also advise you to pack your luggage and get out of our lands. Ooh, sassy. We desire for you goodness, guidance, and righteousness, so do not force us to send you back as cargo in coffins. Sixthly, we call upon you to end your support of the corrupt leaders in our countries. Do not interfere in our politics and method of education. Leave us alone, or else expect us in New York and Washington. What did he mean by this? We also call you to deal with us and interact with us on the basis of mutual interests and benefits, rather than the policies of subjugal theft and occupation, and not to continue your policy of supporting the Jews, because this will result in more disasters for you. If you fail to respond to all of these conditions, then prepare to fight with the Islamic nation, the nation of monotheism that puts complete trust on Allah and fears none other than Him, the nation which is addressed by its Quran with the words, "Do you fear them? Allah has more right than you should fear Him if you are believers. Fight against them so that Allah will punish them by your hands and disgrace them and give you victory over them and heal the breasts of believing people, and remove the anger of their believers' hearts. Allah accepts the repentance of whom He wills. Allah is all-knowing, all-wise." Mind you that the first condition is everyone converts to Islam. Yes, the first condition of this of what he wants from the world is a total conversion to Islam for the world, a global conversion. He repeats more Quran shit. I don't care. The Islamic nation that was able to dismiss and destroy the previous evil empires like yourself, the nation that rejects your attacks, wishes to remove your evil, and is prepared to fight you. You are well aware that the Islamic nation, from the very core of its soul, despises your haughtiness and arrogance. If the Americans refuse to listen to our advice and the goodness, guidance, and righteousness that we call them to, then be aware that you will lose this crusade Bush began, just like the other previous crusades in which you were humiliated by the hands of the Mujahideen, fleeing to your home in great silence and disgrace. If the Americans do not respond, then their fate will be that of the Soviets, who fled from Afghanistan to deal with the military defeat, political breakup, ideological downfall, and economic bankruptcy. This is our message to the Americans as an answer to theirs. Do they now know why we fight them, and over which form of ignorance, by the permission of Allah, we shall be victorious? Nice. All right, so that's my manifesto. I typed it up last night. I was planning to send it to the Washington Post, New York Times, etc. After I got, like, your check on it. No, thank you. Let's make sense, please. But thank you for the offer. Fix that one typo. I counted 3 typos, actually, in total. Also, there were some weird asterisks. Oh, was I supposed to be checking for typos? Read it again? Yeah. I want to take a look at some of these damn TikToks, man.
A letter to America is going mega viral right now on TikTok, but what is it? Well, it's a letter that says that that was completely done by America so that we could keep control over gas prices, and it's made by the leader of the bad guys from the Iraqi war.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is it a joke? Is it a bit?
Sorry, the Iraqi-Afghanistan war. And the reason why we got involved in Iraq...
What? Al-Qaeda wasn't the dissident for... It was Saddam Hussein and the Taliban. Oh, man. Oh, man. Is it a bit? I don't know if it's a bit.
Iraq and Afghanistan was because of black gold or oil. Like it all had to do with oil. And Jewish people. Jewish people control all the money, so they control our government. And that's why Israel controls Palestine. So it's 4 pages long, and it says that everything basically that we've grown up with since 2001 has just been massive lies, like all of it. But if you guys get a chance to read this, it's 21 years old. Let me know what you guys think. And do you think America allowed 9/11 to happen? What do you guys think?
Well, there's Bald News Network. This is where young people are getting their news from, I guess. The bald guy. All right.
About this.
So that's one.
The last 24 hours on this app has fully convinced me that my generation and the future of America is 100% doomed. I didn't know there were so many of you that are so simple-minded that all it took was reading one paragraph in a letter that mentions Palestine for you to start sympathizing with a terrorist organization.
Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, whoa, hold on. There's nothing inherently wrong with sympathizing for a terrorist organization. Well, hold on. Wait, no. There.
Organization that wants you dead. If you actually read and understood the entire letter and not just hyper-focused on the parts you agreed with, you would know that when organizations like Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and Hamas say death to America, they don't just mean the American government or American forces. They mean American civilians.
Okay, we'll just assume this guy's on the right side of things. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, all right, nice.
Like you.
Literally, again, the very first thing the letter asks, before even asking for American troop withdrawal from the Middle East, is for the total global conversion to Islam. Like, Jesus Christ.
Hey.
I don't know what this music is, and I don't care. I'm muting it. This has 1.1 million views.
To America has brought me a lot of, I don't really know how to feel. Like, I don't want to say anything about it, but I think I feel the same way as everybody on TikTok that has read Letter to America.
When did TikToks become like 4 minutes long?
Because, and I have to really be careful with my choice of words, because the last time I was very vocal about...
I've noticed a lot of Zoomers seem to be historically, scientifically, and politically illiterate, just like older generations. Yeah, I think people say that like Gen Z is better at detecting propaganda. They're not. What they are is more suspicious of institutional sources. But this is the same problem that we ran into with alternative media, where it's like, it is true that especially with stuff like, you know, the genocide of Palestinian people, mainstream news sources will lie out their ass and constantly misrepresent information by uncritically repeating like propagandists without like critically checking them or putting the other side forward. The problem is that like for every incentive the mainstream media has to lie, alternative media has 10 times as many, because there's way less scrutiny, way less fact-checking, way fewer consequences if they're known to be liars or fuck up. Like, alt media is just a non-stop shit show of misinformation. So, like, you know, distrusting institutional sources does not necessarily mean you're getting your info from better sources. Also, hi, Beetle.
About the United States government. I was 18 years old, and the Secret Service came knocking on my door, interrogating me about my ties to Islamic extremists and weaponry, and if I have any ideologies or family members or whatever. And it was like an hour-long interrogation. Actually taking the initiative to learn more about what is happening? What? Americans don't want to be ignorant. They don't, and not in a rude way, but don't want to live in their bubble. Like
40 IQ, get me out of here.
If you hear draining in the background, it's my laundry machine. I cannot believe I have to get on here and say this, but a lot of y'all are running rampant right now. The reaction to the Osama bin Laden letter has been a lot. So much so that the letter went viral and The Guardian had to take it down. Well, yes, he made
that's why they did
some
it.
points in regards to America. I know we're fuck America right now, especially with the government. But y'all, Osama bin Laden was a terrorist. He was a maniac.
God damn, I really wish they would stop being like, what's the first bad thing about him? It's that he's a terrorist and not that he's like a fundamentalist Islamic jihadist who wanted to convert the entire planet and subject everyone to Islamic rule. Like, the IRA were terrorists. Maybe it's not as bad as we originally thought. No, unfortunately, it seems that TikTok is blocking this trend. For one, there are already a bunch of news articles about it. And for two, like, this is a big thing. If you look up letter over on the side here, it should say letter to America in terms of trending topics. TikTok isn't letting it trend because TikTok has like a very high bar or very low bar for like censoring content. And they don't want people widely praising Osama bin Laden on their app. TikTok is sweating with how much scrutiny they're already under. Yeah, there are a lot of American legislators who already want to bring the hammer down on TikTok, and having a bunch of like Zoomers running around, you know, going, I don't know, praise jihad, Heil jihad, or whatever.
So I
Jesus
gotta be
Christ, why do people, why is this a TikTok thing? Talk or don't?
real with you guys. You look like f***ing clowns. Oh, I'm not f***ing kidding.
That's true. All right, this is fine. Okay, yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to see. Maybe I have to look on YouTube to see a lot of these because I have a feeling that TikTok is stamping them down. Wait, that's one Indian news. Anyway, if there's any point that is to be taken from this, the point that I am trying to make is that, again, agreeing with someone on whether or not a problem exists is not enough, not even a little bit enough to, you know, judge them worthy of praise. They have to have a good solution, too. Here's a video with the comment section full of Nazis. Yes, I was arguing them. Arguing with people in TikTok. Oh my god! Why? TikTok 2023, and it's a Nazi, and it has 100K likes. Okay, cool. Great. I mean, it went viral enough that the Guardian deleted their link to the letter, which is crazy because it's been up for 20 years. Like, this must have gotten quite a bit of pull for them to feel they needed to do that. Wait until Zoomers hear about Saddam Hussein. Oh yeah, they're gonna learn that he presided over the Socialist Party, and they're gonna be like, "Whoa, the Iraq War was us invading a socialist government." Oh fuck! Unironically, that's gonna happen. Oh no! Oh, I've just willed that into existence. That's gonna be a take in like 2026. There's gonna be a viral TikTok thing where it's gonna be like, didn't get taught this in history class. Did you know there was the socialist bought this government? And so people are going to be like, oh, wow. You know, oh, fuck. They already do that with Assad. I don't think the Zoomers pay that much attention to Assad. They will eventually, though. Oh, dude, yeah. See, TikTok right now is trending with 816,000 posts. Like, it's going on. Hold on. They're about the letter to America thing, right? You know, they're about a lot of things. Whatever.
Letter to America, which is Osama bin Laden's letter to know this letter existed. It's wild. And I not only have never read this letter, but I didn't even know this letter existed.
I think this was the big original one.
It's wild, and everyone should read it. If you haven't read it yet, read it. However, be forewarned that this has left me very disillusioned, and I feel the same exact way I felt when I was deconstructing Christianity. I feel a little bit just confused, like I have entered into another timeline. What is this? And yeah, so go read it.
So I just read A Letter to America, and I will never look at life the same. I will never look at this country the same. Please read it. And if you have read it, let me know if you are also going through an existential crisis in this very moment, because in the last 20 minutes, my entire viewpoint on the entire life I have believed and I have lived has changed.
This is basically just Zoomer parlance for, like, being the kind of person who would easily fall prey to, like, Alex Jones, basically. They don't... The impression that I'm getting is that they don't seem to be able to engage with the information they read outside of, I didn't expect it to say that, and because it's innately contrarian to agree with something Osama bin Laden wrote, like, they gravitate towards it as though it's a hidden truth and not a widely published letter that anyone could have read at any point over the past 20 years.
Please read that entire letter.
I need everyone to stop what they're doing right now and go read. It's literally 2 pages. Go read A Letter to America. And please come back here and just let me know what you think, because I feel like I'm going through like an existential crisis right now, and a lot of people are. So I just need someone.
Like, they're not even talking about its contents. Like, they're not even saying what, like, it's just like, I didn't expect Osama bin Laden to say that he cares about Muslims being persecuted by the West. That's not a thing that I would have expected from Osama bin Laden.
Else to be feeling this too.
I need you to stop what you're doing and go read A Letter to America. It is literally the craziest thing I've read in a while. And while I can't say that I'm that surprised, I am pretty shocked. So go read it and tell me what you think, because I really also need to talk to other people about this. And actually, before you even read the letter, I did want to mention, in reading the letter, I could only think of this tweet that I saw the other day. Under settler colonialism, any kind of resistance is branded as terrorist.
Holy shit, dude. Yep, that's true. The only reason Osama bin Laden was branded a terrorist is because he... What did Osama bin Laden even do, is my question, right? Like, we keep getting told he's a terrorist, but what did he even do that was terrorism even? Nothing I can think of. That's just something that we were told uncritically to accept.
Because the only acceptable violence is violence by the occupier.
So this is fucking insane. I just read Osama bin Laden's Letter to America, which I will be going through right here, but it's actually so mind-fucking to me that terrorism has been sold as this idea.
Oh my God. He's objectively a terrorist. He would describe himself as a terrorist. There's no... people... I hate so much how people treat the term terrorist like a moral descriptor. When you attack civilian populations for political purposes, that's terrorism. You can argue about the semantics about state terrorism because technically any war involves attacks on civilian populations. But, like, there's no argument here. The question is, was he a terrorism for good or for bad? Like, that's the question. Do you think he had a case? But they're not even engaging with that because they're basically just going like, bro, I didn't know Osama bin Laden, like, cared about Muslims, dude. Dude, they didn't tell me Osama bin Laden had a problem with America's presence in the Middle East. That isn't a thing that I got taught in elementary school or whatever. Like, dude. However could we have known?
To the American people, and honestly just so many Western inhabitants within certain nations, that this group of people, this random group of people, just suddenly wakes up one day and just fucking hates you.
Yeah, that's oh my God. Dude, I'm turning into an IDF propagandist over here. You know how IDF propagandists are like, American Gen Z leftists think this is what Hamas looks like. And it's a picture of like a Hamas guy with a rainbow flag and he's got a septum piercing or whatever. I unironically think this is how they see Osama bin Laden right now. Okay, like when they're reading over the part where he's like, yeah, we want a global like order of Islam and no law but Allah's law. And in their mind, I have no idea what they're thinking apart from like Osama bin Laden and a bunch of jihadists with a rainbow flag. I have no fucking idea what they think the world these guys wanted to build for. Like, Jesus Christ.
Just wants you dead, wants you gone, and this is all because they believe that they're better than us. Like, that is the root of terrorism. It doesn't make sense. They just hate your fucking nation. But reading this letter, it becomes apparent to me.
I mean, Osama bin Laden did literally hate our freedoms. Like, that actually is true. That's the one time you can say that. Like, broadly speaking, our presence in the Middle East, like, beget an enormous amount of hatred that is pretty fucking justified, but he literally said he hated us for our freedom, so.
That the actions of 9/11 and those acts committed against the USA and its people were all just the buildup of our government failing other nations.
God damn it. Me, when I got the news in 2011 that we got him. Reading his letter to America knowing he was right. Dude, this is kind of unironically a this is like sort of an affirmation of the argument that some people have made that the left is willing to jump into anti-Semitism the moment it even remotely aligns with other political causes that they're pushing for. Like, holy shit, the letter mentions the Jews like 20 times. It's not ambiguous. It's not like a mild dog whistle or a slight, you know, little like something you have to like kind of read between the lines. It's very he literally says the Jews who control all American media and politics. Like, what the fuck? Like, is the implication here now that in retrospect his assassination was like bad? Like if they could go back in time to 2011 or whatever, they would read about him being dumped into the sea and they would be like, we lost a real one today. If only I could have lived under his Islamic law.
In majority of these situations, and this letter was insanely eye-opening. I really urge everybody to Google and read it. Because I thought,
like, again, like he would, like, to be clear, this individual right here, he would have them like beheaded. Okay, like, it's not even exaggeration. This isn't like the whole why do you defend Palestinian people when they're homophobic or whatever. Which, first of all, like, the complexities of homosexuality in the Gaza Strip, as I understand it, are like very nuanced in terms of enforcement and like what's culturally acceptable over there. It's a little more complicated than, like, I don't know, Iran or whatever. That's one. And for two, what we're arguing for is that the Palestinian people don't deserve to be mass executed, okay? Osama bin Laden literally just wrote a manifesto saying that he would attack the West if we did not renounce the degeneracy of homosexuality. That was in the letter. We just read it. Like, you would not be allowed to live in that world. And you're reading that manifesto. You're not even arguing like, well, I think Middle Eastern people shouldn't be bombed or whatever, because that's true. You're reading the manifesto and nodding.
that I had quite a lot of media literacy, but this
God.
takes it to a whole nother
You don't.
fucking level.
You have none.
Where I was just like, holy shit, like propaganda is genuinely so deeply embedded into our fucking DNA.
You have no media literacy at all. First of all, this isn't even a test of media literacy, first and foremost. Second of all, what the fuck are you saying?
Read a letter to America. You're probably waking up. You probably have a lot of questions. Welcome
Oh my
to the
God,
club.
waking up.
But we don't have a lot of time to sit and talk about everything because there's still so many puzzle pieces that we just do not know about.
Go read a letter to America. Like, seriously. Go.
I will say, unironically, it is a major indictment of the Democratic Party and the Biden administration that Zoomer leftists are so disillusioned that they are unironically being like negatively polarized into reading jihadist manifestos and sort of like fist pumping, okay? Not to say this isn't a product of them being fucking retards. It is. But at the same time, like, man, the atmosphere of disillusion and I don't know, hopelessness that has to be present for this to even be possible.
Go read it. Type a letter to America in Google or whatever you use, then come right back. Because this makes a lot more sense. It explains so much, and I guarantee you it's going to blow your mind. And let's talk about it. So go.
I can't believe Osama bin Laden was motivated to do what he did because he hated the West's persecution in the Middle East. This is not like the single first detail that anyone learns about the topic if they engage with this at beyond like a third grade level.
Read it, come back. Whew, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Okay, stop. Finding out we got him when I was in service in 2011. We're very happy. Seeing his letter to America now, knowing he was right. You know, damn. If only I'd read his manifesto that came out 9 years before he died or whatever. If only I had read that manifesto and I had known that he thought Jews controlled America. I would have liked him so much. Oh, they're all just doing this is just like a bit now. This is like a specific format. Man, TikTok really is like the death knell of creativity, huh? I really hate like mini video player apps. It really just encourages you're just eating a bunch of slop. I'm not saying YouTube's perfect, but like holy shit, there is a difference.
I read Osama bin Laden's letter to America.
The way this letter is going viral right now is giving me the greatest sense of relief. If you're Muslim and you've lived in the US since 9/11, you know more truth than the typical citizen.
Oh my fucking God. Yeah, if you live in the West and you're Jewish, I'm not saying that all the fear-mongering about your safety is legitimate. I'm just saying that a little bit of it is, okay? If you are Muslim or Jewish in the United States right now, the powers that be are basically just like dumping ammunition in both of your corners. In this case, though, it's not even like a Muslim versus Jew thing. It's like a retard versus Jew thing. So I don't know. Is there any possibility these specific videos weren't actually big on TikTok? I don't know about these specific videos. I know the overall trend like really, really, really took off. How likely do you think all these people have feds knocking at their door at the end of the week for posting this? Well, because we live in a free country and not as, you know, Islamic State, we actually can say shit like this without getting arrested. So that's pretty cool. Love our freedom of speech. Love it. Never going to let my disillusionment about this country take away the fact that, you know, my awareness of the fact that we live in a very free country, historically, contemporarily, when it comes to our speech. Hands down, worst year of my life for Jews in terms of public. Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Beetle Moses, what the fuck? To the average fucking Zoomer a couple years ago, like the word Jew evoked in their mind like stand-up comedians and Hollywood writers. And now, like you go up to your average Gen Z TikTok consuming dipshit, you know, lefty or whatever, and you're like Jew, and immediately in their mind they're like hearing an Islamic hymn of praise to Osama bin Laden's glorious jihad against Jewish-controlled Western interventionism into the glorious Islamic pan-Arab state that he was trying to build before Hillary Clinton had him assassinated or something, or whatever they're going to settle on, you know? We killed Gaddafi because he was about to single-handedly collapse the dollar by inventing a new currency in North Africa, known fortress of economic stability. We killed Saddam Hussein because he led the Socialist Party. We killed Osama bin Laden because he was an uwu small bean who was concerned about problematic Islamophobic tropes in American media. America, truly evil. Okay, that's long enough. That was like an hour and a half dedicated to one segment, okay? Main channel content boys be feasting tonight. Holy I have like a fucking pound of snot in my sinuses. I hate this. Hold on. Oh, man. I just blew my nose so hard that I saw stars in my vision. Holy shit. My fucking optical nerve getting some interference. Oh, man. Fuck, we were going to talk about that. We were going to do the Hasan debate meme thing. I wanted to do that. I kind of wanted to, like, play that over some Factorio because it's another debate review thing. Is that out yet? Excuse me. Please, how much money do you need? Well, I recently got a letter from the government telling me that after 7 years of not doing anything, wait, not 7, 5 years of not doing anything, I really should start paying my student loans. So, can you give me like $25,000? Wait, 35,000 because taxes are going to take a chunk of that. Wait, I pay my editors a percentage of the money that I make through donations and YouTube income. Just round it out to an even 100K and I'll donate the extra to charity. Yeah, 2 billion. Gotcha. There we go. Awesome, Somniostatic. That's fantastic. Yeah, you really have, Benjamin. I'm taking the piss right now. Okay, seriously, has this debate just not been uploaded anywhere? Like, here's a debate. 1 hour. Okay, a clean hour. That's doable. A clean hour. Okay, here's my promise to you guys, okay? I have train networks to set up and fluid carts to move oil, and the only oil thing that's spawned near my base is pretty far away, so it's going to take a bit of work, all right? I'm going to work on that. We're also going to go over this debate, okay? It's a full hour. After we're done with this, I promise that we're going to do at least one more segment. So this is not the last segment, okay? We're doing big segments today. Big segments, okay? Yeah, we're going to reenact what pissed Osama bin Laden off so much, and we're going to go extract oil from, you know, the indigenous biter civilization. Reminder: the guy he's debating once claimed slavery wasn't political, and his debate was Zan. So take what he says with a grain of salt. Yeah, I don't know that much about Willie Mack. But I do remember some people saying that he's had some pretty shit takes and some issues. So we're not really going into Stan. I just want to see what the debate was because I saw a bunch of fussing about it on social media, and I love fussing. Okay. Hasan debates Willie Mack show on his lies, and it has a 50-50 like-dislike ratio. Ooh. 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 Okay. Picture in picture. Put that here. Put that there. Move that right there. Open this. Click that. It's all coming together. Open the sound mixer so no Factorio noises play, so you don't have to hear Mythaldo. I'm nowhere even close. I only started this world yesterday, and I'm not even on Blue Science. The oil is so far away. Hey, everything's lagging. That's great. I love that. That's cool. My whole computer is lagging. That's really cool. I like that. That's my favorite thing. Okay. Nice. Let's go, team. Oh, it even has the thing that already popped up there. Nice. Okay, cool.
Note, here's the Willie Mack show. What's up, Willie Mack show?
Hey, what's up, Hasan?
Not much.
Is he doing a debate when he has somebody next to him? Try making that a bit bigger, please. Sure. I don't think it's going to be a very visual debate, but yeah. I feel like that's the most I can do, really, before it gets, like, too annoying. Felix from Chapo? Oh, cool.
So I am not very familiar with what you do, but I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think,
you
right?
watch
You want
them?
to turn on your camera, by the way?
I mean, I'm recording. I don't think I can at the same time.
Okay. All right. Well, that's unfortunate, but all right. So you
Did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such as that one, specifically because it will frustrate me, and then I will have
You
to
want to
respond
debate
to
about a
it.
video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah, of course. You made the video. I'm
mean,
not
that-
like debating a random person about.
I don't think you're obligated to go over every hit piece video. So many hit piece videos are total dog shit. I don't know if the one that Willie Mac Show made was total dog shit itself, but like, holy shit, a lot of them are really, really, really bad. So, you know.
A video I didn't watch. You made the fucking video, so let's hear.
I know, but
what
that
your
kind of like
gripes
that kind
are.
of links up to like my big criticism with you is that you don't actually put in the bare minimum effort to research anything before you jump to conclusions. That's why your tweet when you're like, "Hey, I want to debate Willie."
Do you really
Palestine.
consider me watching a fucking dumbass YouTube video
Yes.
from a drama farming channel to be doing research? I don't need to
Yes,
do research
this is what you're
on a
talking
video.
about. You're going into a topic you don't know anything about.
Brother, just
Immediately-
give
but
me
you
what
didn't
you
even
want to
watch it.
say. Give me what you want to say. The video's about me, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
sure,
fucking
sure.
talk to me about what the fucking points of the video are, and let's discuss it. The fuck
Yeah,
do
yeah,
you mean?
This is a good opening.
Why would I have to
criticism is-
research a video about myself? Like,
Oh,
oh
'cause it
man, I
plays
can't
right
believe
into my
I have
criticism
to. I
of
have
you.
to.
Okay, if you are going to have a conversation with somebody about a hit piece video on you, I do not under any circumstances think that you're obligated to watch the hit piece first. Like, that's what they're bringing them on for, right? Like, if you're bringing a person on to talk about, like, I guess you can watch it. Maybe it's polite to watch it, but I don't think you're obligated to be polite under these circumstances, right?
To
Like, I have no doubt you didn't.
I have to
watch it.
watch a fucking dumbass talk shit for 25 minutes and jerk off like all the fucking talking points that I've heard about myself over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Incredibly stupid. Give me the fucking takes and we'll talk about it. Okay, go
Yeah,
on.
yeah. My take is that you have a pattern of behavior where breaking news happens. You jump to wild conclusions, talking way too confidently.
Okay,
you
give me an
demonize
example.
everyone who
Pause.
disagrees with
Example.
you.
Give me an example.
All right,
Are you going to talk about? Okay.
There was reports that Ukraine was going to be invaded by Russia. You confidently said no, it wasn't, despite all the reports. Then Russia invades, and then instead of apologizing and correcting the story, you then
Wait, I didn't apologize and correct the story?
You justify the invasion.
Wait,
right?
I didn't apologize and correct the story.
Let me finish my.
Wait,
let me
hold
finish
on.
what I'm
No,
saying,
no, this is
'cause
about-
this is the
Oh, man,
pattern
this
of
is gonna
behavior.
be
This
one
is
You
what
of
my
said
video's
you.
about.
Wait. Hold on. You're the one who doesn't do his research because I did apologize and I did correct the record.
You
just didn't
apologized,
fucking
but then
see
you
it.
kind of walked it back too. It's
Wait,
in
no.
the video that you didn't watch.
No. I very clearly apologized for it. You didn't see that because all you do is look at fucking
It's in
clip
the
chicks.
It's in the video. It's in one of my videos.
So why did you
didn't-
just now bring it
So
up as though I've
fucking
never
watch it.
apologized?
Oh, this is so like Hasan. And then the worst part is when people
Why the echo?
call you out
Why
on
did you
it,
just bring that up as I never
claim
apologized
It's all
then?
out of context. when
Why
it's
did you
not.
just say I never
Just
apologized
like you
for
did
it
with
when I
Dylan
did?
Burns, right? You claim that's all out of context.
Why did you say I never apologized? Why did you just say
because
I never
you then
apologized?
justify more. You then make more outrageous claims. You
I'm sorry.
apologize with
Why
your
did you
outrageous
say
claims.
I never apologized if I did?
All right. Rapidly leading me to the conclusion that there is absolutely no chance at a productive conversation here, and that my only role here is to go ooh when somebody gets a dig. You know, like that's my role. It's not a bad role. Ooh. Man, I don't know how to build train networks for shit. Start a base. Start a base.
And you just repeated after I said no, I
Yeah.
did apologize. You moved the goalpost. You moved the
no,
goalpost, and
you're-
you tried to fucking act like I was just
I didn't move
backtracking.
the goalpost, dude. This is exactly my
You did.
criticism.
You did. Stop saying this is
If you
exactly my
watch-
criticism. Okay, but
If
if your
you watch
criticism
the
is fucking
video, your
stupid.
apology is in there.
Okay,
You
then
just didn't watch it, so you're just making shit up right now. That's what you're
No,
doing.
I'm
You're
going
saying
off
I'm
of-
doing
I'm
something
going off
that
of
I
what
didn't
you're
do
saying.
because you didn't watch the video because you don't research anything, which is the
Why
whole
would I
criticism.
watch a fucking stupid video
Because
that you
that's the
made when I'm
topic.
talking to you because the video is about me?
This feels like a waste of time watching two retards on a slap fight. Retard slap fighting is the bedrock of politics. Like, this is, if you think you're above this, you think you're above politics, and I'm not above politics. Is the thing, okay? Not even a little bit. That's what you have to know. That's what you have to understand.
Said
Topic
with
right now,
your
you're
words
saying
that I didn't
do
actually
something that I
apologize.
did. You're saying
You
I
said
did
with
do
your
something
words
that I did. Is this
You
what you're
said-
gonna do? You're gonna talk over me when I'm giving you the answer?
No.
I'm giving you a very straightforward answer. I did do that.
Okay.
I did cover
so
your
you
apology.
said I did apologize, but it wasn't good
and then
enough
I
for you. Is that
showed
what you're
it,
saying?
and then I showed you apologizing for making your completely, like, fairly baseless claims, jumping to conclusions, and then you followed that up by making more baseless claims, jumping to conclusions.
Okay, go on. What are the baseless claims that I made that I jumped to conclusions on, even though you originally said I said that Russia would never invade Ukraine, which is true. I did say that because I did think that it would be an unimaginably stupid decision for Russia, okay, which I claimed would.
What is the purpose of the vape, friend? I think to make things more awkward, I look forward to seeing his what he adds to the engagement. You know, like what his special move will be. He's just grilling. I do believe at the moment that he is grilling. Yes, I think that is what is happening.
Be impossible to occupy Ukraine, a country with 44 million people whose entire national independence movement has revolved around literally trying to escape from Russia for the most part, regardless of the Russian-speaking population in the Eastern Front. Okay. Having said that,
I mean,
however,
this has nothing to do
I
with
also,
what I said, though. This is all just random nonsense.
yeah,
going
because
on
you're a
at the
fucking scumlord
No, dude,
drama
you're just
farmer.
making shit up.
Of course
You're,
it doesn't have
completely
anything to do with
shifting the
anything.
topic.
Because the specifics don't matter to you.
A lot of drama I'm
The
unfamiliar with here.
specifics do matter.
Well, if they do, then when I
All
describe...
right, here, I got another one. Let's do this one, too. 'cause
There's an
this is the
entire
one you
YouTube video
tweeted
called
about.
I Was Wrong About Ukraine. Like, there's
Yeah,
literally...
and in that same video, you make more claims about...
Like what?
If I remember, I mean, this is a year ago I made this
go ahead.
video.
Go ahead.
I'm guessing
Like what?
you didn't watch that either.
Like what? Of course I didn't watch it.
So
Why would
can
I
we
watch a
watch it on
fucking
stream?
drama
'Cause I
farmer who
gotta
has
go
no
find it
understanding of
now.
geopolitical conflict?
You're the one who asked for this debate, and now you're all confused and butthurt.
Men are clearly too emotional to have a debate. Very true. I'm always saying this. I wonder at what point something even approximating like a normative claim is going to be made, and not just did you or did you not watch my videos? You know?
That you're getting fucked up in it. Like, I
Wait,
don't know what
I'm
to
sorry.
do.
I'm sorry. You fucking brainlet. Give me what the fucking
go on, do your-
inconsistency
do your
was.
thing
You
where you
made the video.
demonize.
You made the video. Give me the inconsistency or what you
All right,
consider
I
to be
gotta go
false
pull it up
information.
'cause you haven't watched
Are you having a
anything.
hard time without a script or without people fucking feeding you
No,
clips
I
that
think
you
I'm
can
doing
post?
pretty good, bro. Nobody's fed me anything.
Dude,
I
you're
got all the
killing it.
clips.
You're
I'm the
killing
one
it,
who put
dog.
them.
Come on, go ahead. What's the second point? What is the lie that I told about Ukraine?
It's not a lie. It's just you made more claims. You made more baseless
Like what?
claims.
What
I
is
gotta
the
go,
claim?
I gotta
Just
go
come
pull
on.
it up in the video because you didn't.
You didn't prepare for your
watch
own
anything.
fucking. You didn't prepare where you were literally coming on here to talk about not Israel Palestine, mind you, but about Ukraine, and you didn't even fucking prepare with talking
I'll
points.
talk
Really?
to you about Israel Palestine. That'll be the next point. It's you doing the same thing again.
Oh
Well, dude,
my
how
God.
do I feel when you impromptu asked me
I'm
to
sorry,
a debate
Felix.
this minute? If I had a day to prepare, I would have everything, but you didn't. You just completely you blew
Dude,
this whole
it's your
thing up, so I
video.
have
It's
to
your
figure
video
it out.
about me. This should be so simple for you to be like, this is
I don't
where
know,
you
Beal.
lied. Just say
All
it.
right,
We
I
already
send you the
established that the
video,
first thing,
but I'm
the
gonna
first
have
thing
to
you
find
did
the
was wrong.
timestamp. All right, you got to give me a minute.
Okay.
Years of Vosh pretending to be above debate bro bullshit, and this is what we get from him. I assume you mean years of Hasan pretending to be above debate bro bullshit. That would make more sense. I did mean Hasan. Okay. Yes, that makes significantly more sense. All right.
This
Are
is
you trying to
research.
link
You
me your
haven't
video?
done
I'm
this
not going to watch your
before.
video. Just say it with your mouth, with your words. Go ahead.
I have to watch my video to see what my receipt is because this is a year old. right? I didn't know I didn't know where this
You don't
whole
even know your
conversation
own
was
video.
going.
You don't know the contents of your own fucking video.
I made it
Really?
a year ago, bro.
You think you're
I like how
doing a
this
good
is
job
dub
right
for
now?
you when instead
Do
of
you think
letting
you're
me
doing a good
find
job
the
right now,
receipt.
defending your position? Like it's
Yeah,
such a
I do,
profound
bro.
position.
You're doing
It's such a
exactly what I
profound
expect you to
position
do.
that you don't even fucking remember your own talking points. Oh my lord!
Dude, I'm trying to find your talking point.
This is the
I'm
this
trying
is
to
the
find your talking point.
I know my talking points that you claim are wrong should be, in the chamber for you to fire off. You came on here because you thought, let's have a
Bro, you
conversation
invited
about
me
these
on
fucking videos that I've
into
made.
the video instantly right now, right when I was out. I
Stop
came back
complaining.
home,
Give me the
heard
talking
this.
points.
Oh my
Come
fucking
on.
Yeah, look at
Stop.
you shift the goalpost around.
Stop complaining. Tell me what it was.
For me to find this.
Stop
You gotta wait a minute.
bitching. Tell me what it fucking was. You started the conversation by talking about Ukraine.
But for what it's worth, I'm largely on Hasan's side here, just because, like, holy shit, make your fucking point. Like, maybe you're right, but like you have to say it. Like, holy shit, please.
Why did you bring up Ukraine if you weren't fucking ready to talk about it? Your
Bro,
first point that you brought up was that I never apologized for it. I debunked it within fucking seconds.
Listed out and all the receipts right here, but you said get on now, Willie No Show.
Okay, go ahead. Come on, Willie No Show. Come on. What's the second talking point?
Yelling in my ear while I'm pulling up the receipt.
Willie No Show. Give me the second talking point. If you're not this fucking passionate about the subject, then you're basically admitting that you're a fucking bottom-feeding drama farmer who has no interest in.
Like, you're just gonna look retarded because I'm gonna pull it up when I make my video.
Pull it up. Pull it up. Stop fucking complaining about it after the fact. Go ahead.
Can you say retarded on Twitch? Is that allowed? I don't actually remember. Oh yeah, I don't even know if chain signals work with Aldo. I just like spam regular signals. Don't worry about it. Okay, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
I'm here, all right, right now. If you are genuinely interested in truth and research or whatever, you have this wonderful opportunity. You have this wonderful opportunity to ask me personally.
To pull it up. I'm trying to listen, but I'm hearing you twice. Once from my video and once from you just bitching in my ear.
Oh my god!
So you gotta wait. Yeah, that's how research
This is the
works.
greatest. This is the greatest brain power we got, folks.
You want
All right,
me to just move on from this?
all right.
So we can
I'm muting. I'm muting myself. I'm muting myself. Go ahead, watch your video, and then you can come back. Okay.
Okay.
Holy moly, dude. Jeez, Lord mercy. I muted myself. He can't hear me, so we can find his own talking points in his own fucking videos. Jesus Christ, dude.
Dude.
I didn't even get to any of my moderator questions.
Your trains will crash. No, they won't. It's fine.
Every time Felix is here, we got to do a fucking, we have to have the conversations like this. It just has to happen. I love that he's like, I don't remember my talking points. I have to watch my own YouTube video.
Well, I was going to suggest like a new topic. I was gonna
What if we all just got along? Is my question.
I guess like wall talk.
Okay. My understanding, again, I don't know that much about Willie Mack. My understanding is that he is a drama farming channel, which means that he is incentivized socially and monetarily to be uncharitable, because growth and change and good faith engagement will never be as interesting to the kinds of people who watch drama channels as whatever the fuck this shouting match is so far. At the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to call out Hasan on bad shit he said, because I've done that, albeit not to his face, because he would never talk to me. I'd love to do it to his face. I gotta say, I don't understand why this conversation is happening. Like I don't understand why Hasan agreed to it, He's been so adamant in the past. You're way too charitable to Hasan. Am I too charitable to Hasan? Is that my problem? Is that an issue that I have? I feel like I've been pretty much exclusively negative to him for, whatever. I stand by my statements, all of them, even everything that's been proven wrong, which is nothing. Let's continue.
Talking to him, and he doesn't have the Google Doc. I was actually gonna ask a series of questions about Amy Schumer.
Oh, no,
No,
Amy Schumer. We can't do that.
My questions are fine. They're like no one in the world would think they're bad. They're not.
All right, I
bad.
got it.
All right, he's got it. He's got it. All right, let's hear it.
I got it.
All right. Thank you,
Yep,
Willie
your
Mac. No
claim
show.
was you said people. You said let me watch this one more time.
Bro,
it was in your video. I was wrong about Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And you said people are acting like Kiev's getting bombed, like that would never happen, and then it's literally did happen.
Okay.
So it's you just again making more you're making your apology video about being wrong and making baseless claims that you know nothing about.
This is your take.
Wrong. It's a pattern of behavior.
This is your take from February 22nd, 2022.
Yeah.
Another thing that I was
over again. You've done it since then.
I've done it since then.
Times since
People
then,
are acting like Kiev's getting bombed. It did happen. You're right about that.
Did, and you said it wouldn't. So
do you think that I didn't cover?
Example of you
Wait, hold on.
Wait, hold on. Is he saying that Hasan claimed Kiev wouldn't get bombed after it did get bombed, or that he just made an incorrect prediction? Again, my issue with Hasan's behavior vis-a-vis the lead up to the Ukraine war was not that he was wrong. It was the attitude he took when both when he was saying stuff that would later turn out to be wrong, and also after it turned out to be wrong. You know, I mean, we can't predict the future. You know, we as nice as that would be. Nice. Okay.
Hold on. Do you think that I didn't cover Kiev getting bombed? Like I hid that or something?
No, you did, but it's your accusation saying it doesn't, saying it won't happen. There's no way it'll happen.
Yeah. Do you think that bombing Kiev specifically, it was what Russia did? Do you think that that was a good thing for Russia to do?
I didn't say.
Do you
it
think that it was
a thing.
Do you have any genuine
you
opinions?
don't think it was a good thing.
Do you have any genuine opinions about?
Yeah, my opinion
Russia's
is that was
involvement
bad.
in the Ukraine?
My opinion on that is that you shouldn't be talking about shit.
Brother,
you know nothing
hold
about.
up. We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia.
I don't think it's irresponsible to make predictions about something for which there is so little precedent in data. Like, I disagreed with Hasan when he predicted that Russia wouldn't bomb Kiev, but I don't think it's very fair to go like, you know, well, you should have never even, you know, made that prediction, I guess. I guess, again, like, to some extent, it was the way in which he made those predictions that kind of irked me, you know? I'm not sure. I guess I'd have to see the specific stuff, but I don't really care to. This debate feels like brain rot so far. Are you new to debate?
We're having a conversation about Ukraine and Russia, and I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you a specific question.
My conversation's about you, because my videos are about you and your pattern of behavior and your poor reporting, and now you're trying to shift it all these other ways because you know you can't face the truth.
Russia had not bombed Kiev at the time. That's number one. Number two, of course, as soon as that did happen, I covered it. Of course I did, because that's what I'm doing.
The criticism isn't that you didn't cover it. The criticism is that you're making baseless claims you don't know anything about, talking so confidently as if you got a whole fucking research team behind you. When you don't, you're talking out your ass. This is the
brother. Do you have a whole research team behind you? Because you're not
me. I actually did research just now, and you could barely be patient enough to sit there and listen through it. You had to go ahead and
if there is a charitable version of this argument, I feel like Willie Mack isn't making it right now. Again, my problems with Hasan weren't that he made incorrect predictions in and of themselves.
It's a video. You made a video a year ago about me talking about like my opinion on Russia and Ukraine. You personally do not have an opinion on Russia or Ukraine at all. I have taken accountability on my. I've taken accountability on the things that I've reported wrong.
You should do the research. If I'm not willing to talk about...
Wait, hold on. Does Willie Mack actually not have an opinion on the Russia-Ukraine war? Okay, yeah, if that's the case, then this is purely just stupid drama bait. Like that, then there's no... If your opposition to Hasan's behavior or coverage here is purely just like, I have epically owned you, you were wrong on this, but like not having a moral opinion on the war is a wrong in itself, you know? He isn't political, he just hates Hasan. Everyone is political. There's no not political. No, he doesn't. He does have an opinion. He disagrees with the war. He thinks the war is bad. Okay, that's good. He said he was against it. Okay.
Taking accountability on the things that I have reported wrong on.
In wars when you can't do the
Willie
most
No
basic
Script.
shit.
Listen to me. I've taken accountability on the things that I have said that are incorrect. Of
That's
course,
not
on
true.
the editorial perspective, on the editorial side of my coverage, okay, on the editorial side of my coverage, if I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. That speculation is always going to be on foundational
remember when-
analysis that is
I got
solid.
another one too. Hey, I got just more examples.
Do you
all
have an
more and
issue
more
with
recent.
do you have an issue with my analysis of the situation? Because I can't possibly do research on things that haven't happened yet. I can simply
No, you
speculate.
just make it up.
And
You
this
just make up
entire
stuff.
do you think when I say, guys, I don't think that Russia will bomb Kyiv is actually in your opinion like me making up something, or do you think it's speculation?
No, the clip is actually you talking really condescendingly about people who think that could happen. That's the clip.
Okay, but you're yeah, okay. You don't
Yeah,
so
why
is
are
this
you-
all
why
just
are you
tone
doing
policing?
You don't
Is that
know
what
the
it
fuck
is?
You're talking about.
Is this all so all of this is just you personally tone policing the way I'm covering
No, it's
the
not
fucking
tone
news?
policing. It's about your.
Do you have
poor
any
reporting.
genuine interest or any curiosity in like Russia and Ukraine at all, or is all you do fucking drama farming off of clips? Because over the course of this entire conflict, I've dedicated tens or hundreds of hours into my coverage, and the analysis in and of itself comes from a solid foundation. Now, the predictions might be wrong, and it certainly was, which is something that I took accountability for, even though you said I had not. So here's my
really
question to you.
didn't. You then
Did
just
you
did the
look
same
into-
mistake again. You did the same criticism again.
Did you look into, okay, what sources I was looking at?
Man, people. Okay, hold on. Here's the problem. Okay, people in chat are bringing a lot of their personal bias. Unlike me, a purely logical being who has never done this. I don't know a huge amount about Willie Mac. I'm really just trying to feel out the conversation. But a lot of people so far are saying shit like, oh, this person fucking said, this person. So far, this conversation seems to be like pretty mutually unproductive, but I think it's mostly Willie that's contributing to its unproductiveness. That's not a claim on how right or wrong he is or isn't. It's just a matter of like willingness to engage versus sort of bickering.
And where I was getting this opinion from.
Yeah, there were sources and opinions
beyond just
for you
like
to-
looking
for you
at
to
beyond just
view
like
on that.
looking at YouTube clips and regurgitating talking points specifically that you've heard from other like neoliberal
I mean, I
commentators
create the
and
talking
whatsoever.
point.
Neoliberal
It's me. It's
neoliberal
coming through me.
commentators is the same fucking 5 clips that you are going to
Bro,
present
you
here.
think
and
Destiny's
tone
secretly
police on
behind
it.
this? Is this what
And
you're crying about right now? Is this why you
BGG
keep saying
psyop.
does
random
it sound
shit?
does it sound like I'm
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
crying
it
to
does.
you?
You just said, yeah, it does. You're talking about stuff that doesn't matter.
Brother,
and you're trying to shift
you
the
said-
goalposts
you
away from the
said-
criticism, which is your poor reporting. You bring me on to debate, you let me pick the debate topic, and now you won't engage. It's
Okay.
incredible.
Why did Hasan choose to engage in this specific debate? Well, I guess one thing that does kind of bother me is that with regards to like holding him accountable for bad behavior, I don't want him to argue with this guy. I want him to argue with like Dylan Burns, kind of, or me. It's kind of frustrating that it's like, all right, Hasan we're doing it. We're criticizing Hasan for his behavior. Let's go, and then it's it's this. Just seems, I don't know, kind of silly, in my opinion, personally, a little bit. Did Hasan say he would absolutely not talk to Dylan? I don't know if he said that. I certainly feel like that's the impression I've gotten from how things have shook down.
Frustrating.
I am
and it's really
trying
besides-
to
it's
I am
really just
trying to
classic
engage
Hasan.
with you. I am
You
trying
aren't.
to
You're talking
engage
in
with you.
circles
I'm
about
trying
stuff
to
that's
engage
not
with you.
important.
I'm trying to
That's what
engage
you're
with you
doing.
in good faith as best as I possibly can. And all you've done
It
so
isn't
far
good
is
faith.
go through your YouTube video to be like, well, you said Kyiv wasn't being bombed,
Dude,
and
you
actually
said-
it
you
wasn't
said
at the
what my
time,
claim
but
was
then it
didn't
got
happen,
bombed
and then I show it to
afterwards.
you, and now
Listen,
you're
let me
mad about
finish.
it.
Okay, I'm going to mute you if you don't let me finish. Okay?
Ooh, debate tactic.
You said
I love those.
Kyiv wasn't being bombed. At the time, it wasn't. Okay? And then you said, okay, well, guess what? Guess what, dude?
Dude.
Your tone was off. Okay, well, my tone was
It wasn't
off.
your
You don't
tone,
like it,
it's the-
but you
it's your
haven't brought up,
reporting.
I was being condescending.
It's
You
actually
haven't
your
brought
reporting.
up the actual research or the actual analysis that led to these conclusions. Part of the reason why you haven't done that is because you have no idea what
All right.
these sources are.
Since you're just talking in circles on this, can I just go to the next one?
I'm not talking in circles on this
You are.
whatsoever, but go ahead. Let's talk about the next point.
The next one.
But for the record, I am not clairvoyant. I cannot predict the future.
nitpicking and
I cannot predict the
biased.
future.
Bye-bye.
I know.
So I just want to point that out.
But it's you talking on breaking news, like you know what the fuck's gonna happen, and you don't. You're talking completely out of line. So, all right, the missile hit.
Hold up.
Can I just go to the next point?
Hold up. My speculation on what may happen, okay, in the future is not always going to be correct. Everybody understands this.
It's usually wrong, yeah.
It's usually wrong. The only
It's
example
wrong a
you
lot.
brought
You
over.
said the CIA is why Iran bombed the U.S.
Do
base,
you
bro.
do you know how many? Do you know how many hours?
Protesters are
Do you
taking
know
down
how many
pictures of
hours?
Israelis is because it's a psyop to make Palestinians look bad.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, the campaign to put missing hostage posters all around the world for a group of hostages taken in Israel is absolutely a propaganda campaign. Maybe it's not a psyop. I assume what we mean by, like, psyop gets used euphemistically a lot. I assume by that, like, deliberate propaganda campaign, to which it objectively is, yeah.
Hold on. What base are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about with the Iranian thing. What?
Hasan specifically said it was a psyop to get Palestinians to tear it down. Not Palestinians specifically, but yeah. That's why the posters are put up. One point of it is to do this whole, like, look, everyone, observe this panic. Look at what's going on. And another big part of it is because they know that it's Zionist propaganda, which it is, absolutely, you know. Even though supporting the rescue of the hostages is in and of itself morally good, in the context of the broader conflict, Israel weaponizes the existence of those hostages massively to polarize people, in spite of the fact that Netanyahu has already indicated they're not, like, a priority for him. So that's something. But in addition to that, yeah, like, look at the campaigns that have been made to, like, demonize and dox people. Like those two women, were they Yemenis? Who took down the posters, and they had literally, like, survived previous Israeli bombing, and there was, like, this big campaign from the New York Post or whatever to, like, dox them or something. Yemeni, sorry. Yeah, like, of course, that's the whole, like, targeting people who try to tear it down is a big part of it, yeah. You can cut down trees with your grenades. Yeah, that's kind of, you know, a overreaction here, I think. I want pollution to be absorbed.
Iran struck a U.S. base, and then you said it's the CIA. No shot, it's the CIA. Complete because you were like, oh, there's a nuclear deal. Why would Iran do that? No way, no shot. 100% confidence. Iran then takes credit for it, and then you cope, mauled, and seethe to your audience.
I don't know what he's even referring to.
I know you don't know because you use so much bullshit all the time. You can't even remember.
Yeah, perhaps.
So this is what I mean about, like, unproductive bickering. It really looks like this guy just has a bunch of zings that he's memorized. Like, I like, what does he mean? Like, I'm a person watching who has had plenty of criticisms for Hasan. Help me understand what your negative statement about him means. You know, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Perhaps the reason for why you are maybe the reason why I'm confused and the reason why you're a little bit confused on this is because in every single circumstance, that every single thing that you've brought up, there's almost always a correction that comes after the fact. You, on the other hand, do not see the correction, or you, on the other hand, see the 30 second to 2 minute, 30 second.
That's always a bullshit claim. You can never know when all the information is about something. There's nothing inherently wrong with reporting on something and then having to provide a retraction later. That's not a, like, that's not, like, immoral. Like, how you do it can be immoral. Again, I've criticized Hasan plenty for this. But also, like, the idea that Willie Mack's show is, like, waiting for all the info when he does drama reporting primarily. I don't even know what it means in that context. Like, I've waited before I've assembled all of the clips before I make my claims, you know?
second to
responsible
2-minute
reporter thing,
videos,
you
which
don't.
is enough for you to try and develop a
Dude,
consistent
this
narrative.
is from your whole live stream, by the way. I'm watching everything in context. This is cope from you saying that this is out of context. It's the same shit Andrew Tate does and the Red Pillars do to me, claiming everything's out of context when it's not. That was your opinion at the time.
Well, no, it's not exactly psyop, but what about, from Vosh? What the fuck are you talking about? If you disagree with what I said about the purpose of putting up the hostage photos, then you're too, like, politically ignorant to even, like, you need to go back to kindergarten, okay? Like, legitimately. It's not even a remotely controversial statement. It's very straightforward.
You said those words. They
Brother,
came out of your own mouth. Go do the research.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you
that-
something? Can I ask you something really quickly?
Whoa.
Okay. One.
Mm-hmm.
This is important for you to comprehend.
I'm sure.
Do you think
DGG is very invested in this debate? You're going to get a lot of shitters in here. Well, this is the reason why, because like DGG is primarily like a drama farm community. This is the reason why drama has to be like very you have to be very like what's the word, like temperate. You have to be very careful with how drama gets involved in stuff like this, because once it becomes drama to you, like you start making really fucking stupid points in the hope of getting a zinger. Like shit gets real dumb real fast when it all becomes drama. Even if you're like overall correct, like even if your overall point is valid, it really incentivizes you to make like this is kind of what Willie Mack show is doing, because I feel like if I was charitable to Willie Mack and I was thinking like, okay, so I've heard what he has to say, could I make a better version of these arguments, but like basically say the same thing? I think I could, and I think I could make Hasan look a lot worse. But in this case, Willie Mack show is being so combative and antagonistic and quick to get the dunk that he's actually missing out on opportunities to specifically describe the ways in which Hasan is fucked up, which I would like to hear Hasan account for, because I'm still really fucking mad at him about that. Like, you know, I guess I want to see him like made to answer that stuff, not just sort of bicker. It's like, it's basic rhetoric stuff, right?
that over the course of thousands of hours of coverage, okay? Thousands of hours of coverage, especially when something is like being immediately brought to my attention, okay? Immediately brought to my attention, which I don't even know what you're talking about, but
yeah, I know.
Really, I don't remember what you're talking about. But over the course of thousands of hours of coverage, when I, for example, read something,
the Dentapixel person's been a chatter for over a year. Okay, only banned him for a month. The willful misunderstanding of the Israeli poster thing, though, really bugs me. Like, there's a genocide going on, and a big part of the weaponization of stuff like that relies on people being sort of willfully obstinate when it comes to like obviously bad or like biased shit that's happening. That really bugs me, you know?
In the chat and respond to it, okay? Do you think that this is like reporting, or do you think that I'm giving like immediate commentary?
Breaking news you covered. This isn't a random chat comment. This is breaking news that's happening.
I thought it was a joke. Oh, they can email me then.
I think what most people, you should do what most people do and wait for the story to be out there before you start spurging out, making wild accusations. Here,
see, okay, so this is exactly what I mean. Like, again, like repeating over and over again, you should wait for the whole story to be out. Okay, to what extent is there a legitimate point there? Is there like an actual argument to be made? And then he just says spurging out. Like, is his desire here not to like confront Hasan on bad behavior? And if that's the case, why the fuck is he engaging with this in such a in such a like myopic, meandering, like zero IQ debate, bro? I don't actually care what's happening here. I just want my click farming way. Like, that's really dumb. It just gives me the impression that he's a clout shark, and I don't know that he is. I have a negative impression of drama YouTubers in general, but like that doesn't necessarily mean that they're all clout sharks. But like that's the impression I'm getting now. So I guess I wish he'd do better. I'm rooting for him here, okay? I'm rooting, I'm tooting, shooting my pistols up in the air. Yeehaw, okay? You get me.
Can I go to the next one?
You need to limit your TOS worthy takes here. This isn't fucking YouTube
What is
or whatever.
what is my what TOS did I break?
You can't use unfortunately, I know, and I used to do this in the past as well. You can't use ableist language, but go on.
Oh, like the R word. I got you. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad that you're a fan, though.
Well, yeah, I don't.
You know,
this is both. This is your job. I don't want
to
ruin that. So for instance, like the missile hit the Gaza hospital. Both sides blamed each other. That's the breaking news, right? And instead of waiting for more information, you jump to conclusions saying it was 100% Israel. 100%.
Okay.
You were so confident.
Good point.
So again, this is another thing where I wish somebody could go like one step beyond the first point. Should we wait until we have all the facts before making any kind of claim on stuff like that? Okay, how do you know when you have all the facts? And further up, what if getting all the facts will take months of investigation? Like with regards to stuff happening in Syria, with like Bashar al-Assad and the attacks against the civilian population, oftentimes investigations from that point can last months or years, and sometimes the information's never fully out. The question is, interesting. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Delaying my ascension a little bit longer, okay? Yeah, God came to me and he said my content was dope as fuck. Windy day. What was I saying? Just don't claim to be 100% sure. Yeah, of course. I was pretty confident that Israel was responsible for the strike in the hospital. I didn't say that I was 100% sure. There's still some ambiguity to the situation as I understand it, but I think the plurality of evidence at the moment favors the idea that it was not an Israeli strike. I don't think there... The other thing I was going to say is, what about a situation where it might take months for all the facts to arrive, but bad actors are spreading misinformation immediately, like narratives, you know? Like with the Assad stuff, immediately people are like, oh, there was no gas attack, oh, this, that, the other. And it's like, okay, you could just say for months and years, like you could put your hands up and go, wait, don't come to any conclusions, blah, blah. But in terms of like seeding the narrative, that's pretty ineffective. And you potentially give a lot of ground to a lot of bad actors. So I think the best thing you can do is say, I really think this thing is the case. I don't know for sure, but I do really think that. Like this seems to be where the evidence is leading in my mind. I think that is a good way of handling things. Of course, you know, always, you know, it's always better ways to do it or whatever. But yeah, that's the idea, I think. The issue is Hasan doesn't engage with those better informed people. I know. Tequila Sunset, you keep telling you. I see you in chat. I see everything. I see everything. People in chat are like, but Hasan does this. I know. Who do you think makes those criticisms? You seen my videos on the subject? Like, do you trust me? I know. Like the statement I make of I think that Willie Mack Show is not doing a good job of fronting these points is not me saying I think Hasan's points are undefeatable. Clearly, I want Hasan to be held to account for these bad arguments. You know, I think he's done very little to account for them, frankly. But, you know, takes some doing.
All the chatters.
Good point. Can I ask you a question?
Can I go through the whole thing before you go?
No. Hold on. This is important. This is important. No, we're not jumping. We're talking about this. Okay? We're talking about this specific thing. Finally, now we're talking about Israel and Palestine. When I said that, I didn't just go, oh, I have no other opinion on this matter. I simply think Israel definitely did this because I want Israel to have definitely done this. The reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's a developing story.
Like, how do you know I say this stuff?
Especially if it's a developing story, when I say something on an issue that is happening, I look to all of the circumstantial evidence on the matter, and I look to everything else that is going on thus far. Now, we're two adult individuals here. Do you think do you think
Do you think
it is unfair to say Israel blew up the hospital, like Israel bombed the hospital?
I think when there's a claim like that, you wait for information, right? I mean, there's
Okay.
a million things.
The information is that there.
So yeah, so in this context, the immediate impression that Israel bombed the hospital is, I think, a very reasonable and rational one to arrive at, considering the context, which is, again, that Israel is bombing the Gaza Strip. So, you know, like, again, like, you know, it's always one of those, like, to what extent, I this is one of those situations where the immediate impression against Israel was strong enough that even mainstream news networks were, immediately reported it as like a bombing from Israel, you know? It is just, it's not to say that there's not value in waiting or anything. I just don't think that this argument on its own is enough.
Can I respond? There's a million things to criticize the IDF for that's right out there, right? You know this. I've seen you do it all day on stream. You get them on shit that they 100% deserve. But when there's something like that, and instead of waiting for reports, while the report is literally Israel and Hamas blame each other, right? You don't know what the story is. You don't know who did it or not. And you say 100%, they 100% did it. That's a huge disaster, bro. That's like
at that point, first of all, who do you think blew up the hospital? Like the hospital courtyard, rather. Who do you think bombed the hospital courtyard?
I think most investigations point towards it being either the Islamic Jihad or Hamas, right? It's like a misfired rocket. And then what you did in response to that was, instead of being like, yeah, I think since most of the reports are going this way.
Why do you think it's wait, hold on. Why do you think it's Hamas or Islamic Jihad and a rocket misfire?
Well, that was just what most of the investigations turned out.
So
I know Channel 4 had a different one.
Because you're bringing this up, and this is really important to understand. One, all of the circumstantial
you say that
evidence
every time, but it never is.
Okay, all of the circumstantial evidence at the time, of course, after the 6,000 bombs that Israel had dropped on Gaza, a densely populated open-air prison, the 6,001st bomb, understandably, was going to be an Israeli bomb. To this day, we still do not know whether this was an Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired, or whether or not this was actually an artillery shell that might have hit a fuel tank, or even some other kind of munition that Israel may have deployed.
So why did you say it was
now,
100%
the reason why,
Israel and then call everyone genocidal freaks that disagreed with you?
You don't actually watch the content beyond.
You demonize them.
Because, first of all, because they
Just
are.
like you do every time,
because the
by
Israeli
way.
government
You do
is
this all the
genocidal. What the
time.
fuck are you
This is
talking
your
about, you dumb fuck? Fourth.
The funny thing is that what they're talking about right now, like the subject that they're engaging in, is actually one of the most complicated ones when it comes to like journalistic ethics, you know? Like if you were majoring in journalism, this subject would be like this is the shit that, you know, people debated heavily, strongly debated, you know, a subject with many people who disagree, you know, engaging in the discussion. So it's kind of funny seeing it yelled out like this.
1,500 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered. You think that's not genocidal?
Shift the topic again.
Oh, the one hospital might. Wait, Willie, shut the fuck up and listen, dumbass. Do you really think that if one fucking hospital wasn't bombed by Israel and this was a fucking actual misfire, that all of a sudden means that like. Well, that all of a sudden means that like Israel's not doing ethnic cleansing
right now. You're doing it in real time,
dude.
It's
just
hilarious.
fucking answer my question. Do you think that the ethnic cleansing campaign, if you take out the bombing, okay, if you take out the one time that this hospital's bombed, okay, if you take that out, do you think out of the equation, do you think Israel is all of a sudden not doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza?
No, that's not what I said. This is what you're trying to.
I'm asking you. Okay, then.
I just said no.
Okay, good.
Dude,
I'm glad. Okay, so what's your
reports?
Okay, got it. No. Got it.
Look at the reports.
Got it.
And you go ahead and they side with it. You continue to call them genocidal, even though that's the fact of the info. That's what most of the info says.
when I cover these
You
kinds
ignore
of
the
stories,
news, bro. That's the point. You just like lie and come up with your own
I don't
shit.
ignore the news. You ignore the rest of the fucking coverage, because on the day of the hospital bombing, I personally said, okay, that the highest likelihood of this hospital being bombed is from
No, you also
Israel.
said it was 100%.
Just shut the fuck up and
That's what
listen,
you did,
okay?
bro.
Shut up
Yeah, no,
and
keep
listen.
shifting the goalpost. Keep saying
Listen,
more
I'm
shit.
not shifting the fucking goalpost. It's my own
You
coverage.
are.
I'm giving.
I don't think the goalpost has been shifted yet. that I don't think that's the thing that's happened just yet.
Giving you additional feedback. If you actually genuinely cared about the truth instead of fucking clip chimping and drama farming, you would
It's not
understand
clip
that on
chimping.
that
It's, like,
same
right there.
day,
You could go
on
watch
that
the full clip.
same
It's in my
day,
video.
on that same
One day,
day,
that's all it is.
over and over again, I said the highest probability of this is that this is an Israeli bombing campaign. Part of the reason why I said that.
You
and
also
I,
said that
and
was
I
the
also
highest
mentioned
probability
multiple times.
after the investigation.
I also
The
mentioned.
investigations don't agree with you.
I also
still double
mentioned
down on that
multiple
point.
times. I also mentioned multiple times.
We just
that
again
the
ignored what I
reason-
said.
Dude, just listen to what I'm saying.
Well, you're
I know
saying
it
it's
doesn't.
irrelevant,
I know
though.
it
You're
doesn't
just saying
correspond.
bull, like you're
No,
just
it's not
like
irrelevant
waffle.
because
You're
you're making a
waffling.
video. You're making a video to massage
right.
a
You should
certain
watch it.
narrative, to create a certain narrative.
It's a
okay?
true narrative. It's like
to create a certain
100%
narrative,
right.
and that narrative, when it doesn't
You can't even
correspond to the
disprove it
narrative
right
you're
here
trying to
when I'm
make,
telling it to your face.
when it doesn't correspond to the narrative you're trying to make, you go, "Oh, it's irrelevant." Of course, it's not irrelevant. Do you think that my coverage of this bombing is irrelevant? Why are you fucking
No,
making a
it's
about
it's
a
actually what I'm
30-second sliver of
criticizing,
the
that
content if
I
you don't
criticize
actually?
that you jump to conclusions, and now you're saying, "Yeah,
I'm
I
losing
did,"
my
but
mind.
like, look at this 1.8 hours in.
Willie,
after I said it was
Willie,
100%
it's not
true,
8 hours
I
in.
actually
It's not
said
8
it
hours
was
in.
mostly
It's not
likely.
8 hours in. It is not 8 hours in. What
It
will
is.
it take for you to go, okay, you know what? I was actually wrong. He actually had a much more even-handed approach to the subject matter.
If
Or
my
have you
take
already
was-
made your
yeah.
preconceived biases
No, it's
and you're
not. It's
simply
like the
looking to
facts.
reinforce
It's
them?
The facts of what happened, and you have yet to disprove it. If my criticism is
I said on the day of the bombing, Willie,
what have you done to disprove that? You jumping
I
to
said
conclusions.
on the day of the bombing, of the bombing, I said,
yes, like the most hilarious part. Like it's the day this is breaking news, and
Yes.
you jump to the conclusion that's 100%.
You're right. After
Out of your
6,000
mouth.
bombs, the 6,001st bomb,
Then
I should have
after
been
the
like,
reports
guys,
come
hold
out,
on. Let's not
You
talk
just
about
call
this.
everybody genocidal.
Shut the fuck up and
That's
listen.
what you do.
Shut up and listen, dumbass.
God.
Again, so regardless of how you feel about Hasan, I mean, again, I've criticized him for this stuff before, so it's not like I haven't also done that. But like, I hope it's very, very clear how the way Willie is engaging with this is detrimental to his effort to make a point here. You know what I mean?
Listen.
Oh, God.
Okay, thank you. Holy fuck. You're just simply proving how bad faith you are.
Yeah. People in Hasan's audience are going to use this to consolidate around him too. Like the drama community will think this is a big win or whatever because Hasan got flustered. But in terms of like meaningfully changing how things happen down the line, this is just going to be like, oh yeah, you know what kind of person, you know, argues against Hasan. It's like, oh, these like debate bros, bad faith, blah blah. It's pretty annoying because there are good faith criticisms of Hasan, good correct ones. When does Hasan not get flustered? He gets flustered very often.
And you don't give a shit.
I'm not.
Yes,
You're
I'm covering
not
the fucking
engaging.
news.
You don't
yes,
engage.
I'm covering the news. In America, when we have like
bad way.
mass shootings and whatnot happening, I have a policy of usually not diving headfirst into that news coverage because
That's not
it is
true at
not
all.
the
You
same
title
as
your
the
shit then.
consistent war coverage. The only reason why I usually talk about whatever kind of breaking story is happening, this is
You
not the
just
same for
cover
Israel
a
and it's not the
shooter,
same
like
for
a mass
Ukraine.
Shooter. Wasn't your stream titled at the day of
Listen,
the shooting?
listen to me.
I mean, who are we
Listen to
kidding
me.
here?
Again, it's stuff like this. I've said this before about Destiny. I've said this before about the drama community, but I repeat myself. Where when they try to hold you to account, what they actually mean is that they have like a Kiwi Farms tier mega a manifesto on everything you've ever done, good or bad. And it's all through their framing too. So like sometimes the shit they'll say to try to like reveal the bad you've done is incomprehensible because it's all like framed through the parlance that they engage in to like make the point. So it doesn't even make sense past the, but you don't even know what they're referring to. They'll like that time you did that, and it's like, I don't even know. But the fact that that's the language they stoop to means that it's gone beyond a willingness to even engage with the points, and it's literally just content farming for them. You know what I mean? It doesn't help they're often right-wing losers who are fucking insane and don't have any principles. Yeah. It stops being about anything, and it just it's just like content or whatever, which, like, you know, I just feel like more could be made of it.
Only thing I cover in situations like that is whatever the mainstream media's whatever mainstream media has reported on. Oftentimes we just simply look at the live stream of the police force when they are talking about how many victims are there. That's it. Now, having said that, is that the case for Israel? No, it's not. Is that the case for Ukraine? No, it's not. And it wasn't. Okay. And in that circumstance, there are times where, of course, I'm going to get certain things wrong. But this is an 8-hour news coverage. If you look at a 30-second, if you look at a 30-second broadcast,
that's the criticism. It's not 30 seconds. You keep saying that. It's
okay,
not 30
if you look
seconds.
at a 5-minute portion of a fucking
you're fucking
brother. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
By Israel.
On the
Gaza
very
hospital
same
bombed by Israel. 800 people dead. That was your.
Again, worth pointing out that initially there were mainstream media outlets that also reported it as Israel, which, when you take that into account, really reaffirms the question of how do you know when you have the right evidence? Because generally speaking, if I'm saying something and CNN is saying something, I usually feel like that's enough. Like, I feel like that's a confident enough. Yeah, it was Reuters, I think. I think CNN did too, but Reuters is the main one that I remember, where it's like, okay, if, like, what, am I supposed to look at a Reuters article saying something and go like, well, Reuters could be wrong. Better wait an arbitrary length of time to determine whether or not, like, information changes. Like, how do you even do that? Right. This is why even, like, when it comes to something like wartime coverage, like information adjusting or like changes in perspective or retractions are just a part of how things work. Everyone does them, including people who pretend not to. There's no way around it. It's just a matter of, like, how egregious are one's violations in terms of conspiracism or like removing themselves from the mainstream narrative. But Hasan does the thing where, why are people in okay, you guys are unironically doing the derangement syndrome. I make a point, and then a bunch of people in chat will be like, but Hasan, I know. You can look at a dozen videos of mine. I know. There is no sucking up here. I'm not fucking Mike from PA. I've shit-talked him. I was on stream like a week ago, and I heard from chat that Hasan praised me for my coverage of Palestine, and my response was, fuck him. Like, do you think that there's some kind of, like what is this? Come on. Jesus Christ. Like, but Hasan does, we know, I know everything. If you watch my videos, you would also know that I know. Sheesh. Please. Like, yeah, it's like in your guys' mind, you're watching me like sucking and fucking him. Like I'm this fucking blowbang session over here. Jesus. And basically all I'm saying is, holy shit, I wish Willie was doing a better job criticizing him. Like, is that, oh my God.
Stream. What did I do to title it that? I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't clip that out of context.
Can you please listen to me? 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 Can you please listen to me?
What will I have to show you for you to own up to this criticism?
Okay, because you're not listening to what I'm trying to say. First of all, I never said 800.
What you're saying is irrelevant. You're just going
That's
on
so
about
fucking stupid.
random shit.
Okay, I was literally repeating what the BBC coverage was. Not only that, but also because, like, I don't have a direct on the ground. I wasn't.
Well, was did the BBC? Hold on, I might have this wrong. All right, did the BBC say it was 100% Israel when they blamed each other?
The BBC's original assessment, yes, was that it was most likely an Israeli bombing.
Yeah, but they blamed each other in investigations.
No. That was literally the reason why they had to rescind the coverage. That was the reason why they had to rescind the coverage and apologize for it. But also, what you're failing, you didn't do your research. Shut the fuck up. What you're also failing to fucking comprehend here in your dense ass mind is that, once again, and I repeat myself, I said, here is what I will believe. Here is what I will believe. If there's a third-party investigation, given the fact that Israel has lied routinely about the bombing campaign, and specifically had in that very same morning, the Israeli Air Force said we had no bombing campaigns happening in the region.
Investigations.
We have no bombing. Just listen, okay? We have no bombing campaigns in the region, which was a lie. They were bombing in that region, actually, as a matter of fact. That's number one. Number two, Israel also personally brought forward inconsistent testimony, inconsistent statements as to why this was definitely an Islamic Jihad rocket, okay? And the reason why we're having this conversation and how it's so fucking stupid, okay, it's so insanely idiotic, is because Israel is currently, while we're having this conversation, sieging the main hospital in Gaza. Israel, at that point, had 420 medical incidents, according to the World Health Organization. If you get your fucking news through clips, you are not going to understand why I said what I said, including that unless there is an actual third-party on-the-ground investigation, I will, of course, believe, given the circumstantial evidence mounted, that this is yet another Israeli bomb or some type of Israeli munitions, that I'm going to assume that, yes, Israel blew up this hospital just like it had blown up the cancer ward at that very same hospital 2 days prior. Did you see that part of the coverage? No, you didn't.
You know what you're doing right now and what you just did? All right? I criticized you.
Okay. So an argument has been put forward, and we must see how it is responded to. So the argument that has been put forward is that it was initially reported as an Israeli bombing, A, and B, the circumstantial evidence, like the fact that Israel was already conducting a bombing campaign, which is certainly true, would lend a reasonable individual to believe that if another bomb hit a place where bombs had already hit, it's probably the people who are already doing the bombing. Now, there are ways to attack this argument, obviously. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong, again, Reuters did it, with regards to assuming that it was an Israeli strike. There are things you could say in response, like I guess counterattacks that you could take. So let's see what happens.
You for jumping to conclusions, right? Which, by the way, a lot of streamers didn't. A lot of news streamers didn't, right? I would have been down to make videos on them. Some did, but a lot didn't, right?
No, you wouldn't, dumbass. You only do this because it gets you fucking views. You don't give a shit about Israel.
All you did was justify justify why
Israel claimed that the BBC was doing modern blood libel.
This is what you just said. All you did right there was justify why you should be able to report things badly. And then you dismissed it all saying, well,
he is not engaging with this correctly. This is... I know.
Israel's attacking Gaza right now, so none of it matters if I got it wrong.
Because,
of course, it's fucking embarrassing.
Because the point that you're trying to argue here without actually saying it.
The point is that you should just wait and fucking do a good job reporting. Why are you jumping to conclusions, making concrete statements you know nothing about? That's the same criticism. You haven't disproved that at all.
I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Listen to me.
I'm losing my mind, bro, because it's just
First
like
of all,
constant,
you're holding me to a fucking higher standard than the fucking BBC, which the Israeli government said was blood libel for arriving at the same fuck. You know why I didn't apologize? You know why I didn't apologize?
You haven't done that.
You want to know why I didn't apologize? You want to know why I didn't apologize?
I don't think you have to apologize to the Israeli government for assuming that a bomb that hit a hospital in an area Israel is bombing was done by Israel. I think that is a reasonable assumption. I do not think you have to apologize for that. It is like, it's not like we have exact forensic evidence and detailing on every single bomb that's fallen the Gaza Strip. Like 10,000 bombs have fallen, but do we know for a fact every single one was Israeli? Let's find out. You know, a hospital apartment was struck. Well, do we know for a fact that that was actually like? No, it's very silly. Not to the government, to the people watching you. I don't think that is in and of itself necessary either. Like, what, like, why?
Do you care?
Why don't you let me talk?
Do you care? Do you want me to tell you why I didn't apologize?
I know why you didn't apologize, because you never do. You always double down or ship the goal.
Wait, I don't apologize?
This is
I don't
what you always
apologize?
do.
That's
You always
crazy,
ship
because
the
you said I never
goalpost.
apologized about being wrong about Ukraine, but I did.
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
fucking
then
lied and said that,
but then I didn't
actually you
lie.
were just backing
It's
away.
Very consistent. I'm very consistent with it.
Yeah, you're consistently wrong, you dense fuck. Listen.
I haven't. You don't even watch the videos. How would you know if
Why
I'm wrong?
would I watch your dumbass drama farming
videos?
videos? You don't give a shit about anything. You don't give a shit about this conflict. You don't give a shit about this beyond it pushing your fucking personal.
You not watching my videos is the same level of reporting that you give Israel and Gaza. It's the same level of reporting that you give Ukraine.
I'm gonna be honest. That is so fucking revealing of Willie's thought process. Where like, yeah, if you were a real, like, committed to truth, you would do the research on the war. You would investigate the claims. You would watch my hit piece videos. That's very indicative, I feel. That's a very silly, goofy goober kind of thing to say, in my humble opinion. You know.
Honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think
minimum effort in. And just
you are revealing, you're revealing how stupid you are by claiming that watching a fucking YouTube video is the same as like reading news reports and talking to on-the-ground journalists and forensic analysts.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you won't even do the bare minimum, and you won't even do it for a drama video.
I'm losing my fucking mind. Why would I care about your drama video, dumb fuck?
Yeah, you do. That's why you invited me on.
I invited you on. I invited you on because I thought that you genuinely had a perspective that was at odds with mine on Israel-Palestine. You said, never mind, it's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about my videos that I've made on you. So now we're stuck having this fucking stupid conversation. When I cover shit like this.
The debate would be about if you just watch the video.
Willie,
classic hospitality journalism.
All right, I'll ask you questions. In your video, do you, I don't know, at any point bring up any of the resources that I'm using, like including the BBC, which you said?
Yeah, I showed the tweet you used. Yeah, I did. I showed the tweet you used of a missile striking the ground, going, doesn't that look like a JDAM? That actually looks a lot like a JDAM. That's your epic reporting. Those are your epic sources, bro.
Yes. My epic sources. That was the only verified video of the strike at the time. What are you talking about?
Like you're a
Do you know where I got that?
Though. Like you know how to interpret.
Do you know where I got that video from?
All.
Do you know where I got that video from?
Where?
The Washington Post. That's where I got that video from.
Yeah, but you don't know how to interpret what that missile is.
That's really interesting you say that, because at the time I was talking at the time. That's really interesting because at the time I was at the time I was talking to open source intelligence people and also forensic analysts. That's what I was doing, and I still do when I'm reporting on this kind of thing, especially when it's outside of my immediate like expertise or whatever. I go to people that are making real-time assessments. One of the things that I'm sure you didn't mention was the GeoConfirmed Twitter thread. The GeoConfirmed Twitter thread that originally was incredibly viral.
One thing that I really wish Hasan would bring up is just, okay, we trust Reuters, right? Like, if Reuters initially misreported it, doesn't that indicate that the standard that you're setting, or like, not necessarily the standard you're setting, because we should always seek to be truthful, but rather this like ridiculous patronizing, oh, haha, you didn't know everything and all the time, you got a thing wrong, you know, kill yourself attitude, like, is maybe a little bit silly, which it is, of course. Like, ultimately, the problem is, like, the issue here that is being discussed with regards to, like, how to parse information on the ground immediately like that, this is, like, not a solved issue. Like, seriously, you know, any news team fucking anywhere, like, it's not like this has been, you know, fixed or whatever. Or like real journalists have fixed it, you know?
Pointed
Does
to
this
this
all
being
exonerate you for jumping to conclusions?
No, dumbass. Over the course of 8 hours, I am parsing through misinformation.
Shifting the topic.
No, I'm not. I'm not shifting. We're still talking about this bombing. We're still talking about this bombing.
By the way, hold on. Can we move on? Because this is just circles. You're just
whoa. No, we're not fucking moving on just because you feel like this conversation is completely out of your fucking depth because you only look at clips.
It's very basic. The conversation
because you only look at clips.
You jump to conclusions, and then you jump to conclusions, and now you justify why you should be able to do that.
One thing that I do in breaking news stories is to parse through, okay, all of the information that is accumulating online that is going viral.
Journalist here, it's not just that it hasn't been fixed, it's that there is no fix for it, almost definitionally. Yeah, and I guess like I guess like one of the things that also bothers me here is the broader context where like the people who are rooting for the Palestinians overwhelmingly are like the United Nations and every fucking medical and humanitarian organization that are on the ground down there. And then every other day the IDF openly lies about some shit that that they get called on and have to delete. That video of them finding massive weapons troves in the Al-Shifa hospital, they deleted it. An official @Israel Twitter account was for a time linking a deleted tweet where they were like, look at this incredible evidence that we have found of Hamas HQ, big weapons, big boy weapons, lots of guns. Didn't delete the cum tweet though? No, why would they delete the cum tweet? That thing fucking rocked. Vosh, it was re-uploaded. Yeah, I know, but then like look at the video. I did wait, hold on. My impression was that when they re-uploaded the video, they changed something about it. Was there anything about the video they changed, or did they delete it then re-upload it for no reason? The description, they blurred the laptop. Oh, okay, my apologies. I was told they changed stuff. I thought they were making it look less embarrassing. It's still very embarrassing. I guess they didn't, for some reason they changed their mind on using that. The laptop that had the hostage, the lady, they blurred the woman's image they wanted to show in the first place. Maybe they got complaints from the family of that hostage. I'm not sure. I mean, there could be a number of explanations. Whatever the case is, like day by day, the IDF is embarrassing itself. There was that hilarious, like, yeah, we found in a child's bedroom this pristine Arabic copy of Mein Kampf. Like in an environment where one of the sides is being so institutionally uncredible, I feel like the sort of very selective engagement with, oh, you were stupid enough to think that the bomb that fell in the hospital during a bombing campaign, when bombs had already fallen on that hospital, was a bomb by the people who had done all the other thousands of bombs? You fucking idiot. You buffoon. You know? Like, it's just, I don't know. I feel like we're not authentically engaging with truthful wartime reporting here.
I do this for specifically.
Yeah, the calendar. The like, here's the like secret Arabic, you know, like hostage fucking the guard shift list, and then it was just a calendar like fucking written in crayon because of how deprived the poor people over there are, you know? It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's all so dumb. It's so stupid. It's so depressing. I don't know it, Magic Monk.
You know, whenever there's a mass shooter and some fucking psychotic right-wing weirdo will turn around and be like, oh, the mass shooter actually is trans or whatever the fuck, right? Sure. Now, in this circumstance, I can't believe we're still talking about this, by the way, because every single information, every single piece of information that Israel, as the official account, has brought forward has been an abject lie.
Hasan, I got a question,
that have been disproven by the very same authorities that you claim are totally on board, okay? Are totally saying like, no, it definitely has to be an Islamic Jihad rocket. Every single person I've talked to, every single person I've talked to, from forensic analysts that work at the New York Times, that work at Washington Post, all the way to open source intelligence analysts that I talked to from a broad variety of different ideological backgrounds, the conversations that we had revolved around some of the other open source intelligence community members basically fucking bringing forward incredibly stupid conclusions, like how this massive casualty-inducing rocket that was actually a cause of an intercepted missile that fell on the hospital. Every single point that was brought forward in the immediate aftermath of the hospital was actually completely incorrect. But you didn't make a video about that. You made a video about me. Because if you made a video, because if you made a video
about you, yes, you finally get it.
Stop. Listen. Let me finish. You didn't make a video about Geo Confirmed and how viral his fucking thread was. You didn't make a video about how wrong most of the news outlets were for directly reporting what the fuck, directly reporting what the fuck Israel, directly reporting what the fuck Israel.
Again, it not really beating the like Cloud Shark allegations. There's nothing wrong with making videos about Hasan when there are other bad things going on, but I feel like you should be able to say a little bit more than, yeah, because they're about you, right? Like, it is, there's nothing wrong with going like, yeah, you're a popular online content creator, and obviously, like, I do drama coverage, so I do want to cover what you are and what you're doing, and, you know, I'm not going to, like, cover literally everything happening, but there has to be some engagement with that idea. You can't just, like, throw your arms up in the air and go like, yeah, well, I'm not talking about that, though.
Says as though it's God's honest truth, okay?
I don't report
They
like
got
that,
everything
actually.
wrong on that subject, but guess what, dude? They got everything wrong, but you didn't. But there was no Willie Mac video on that because why would you make it?
Hold on, did they correct it?
Wait,
did they correct it?
What?
No, they haven't.
They haven't. They've just doubled down on it.
No, I'm talking.
Wait, I thought the point from Willie Mac was that correcting it in and of itself wasn't enough because he was like, no, well, you shouldn't have made the fuck up in the first place. Same as Reuters. Wait, so now if you correct it, you're fine? Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't understand the issue. What's the time left on this? It's tiring. Suffer.
Talking about all of the fucking false testimony that they brought forward about how Israel, most of these outlets that literally just repeated whatever the fuck Israel said, just went along with it because it goes along with the overarching narrative.
Right, but but how come I gotta make a video on them just because I made a video on you? Like,
because you said, wait, hold on. In the beginning of this conversation, you literally said, if someone else had gotten information wrong, I would have done a video on them too. But only you got the information wrong.
That. If I made a video on somebody, if I made a video on somebody else,
you said those exact words.
Let me correct it because that's a ridiculous statement, right?
But you did say that. If you care about misinformation, maybe you should, I don't know, make the next video about IDF and all the times that they fucking lied about every single bombing campaign.
So you're saying because I made a video on you, I now got to make a video on Israel? Like,
no, you don't have to do anything. But you can't also maintain the position that you care about the truth and honesty in journalism, like you're a fucking Gamergate holdout, being like, oh, I care about the ethics in video game journalism. That's why we have to dox these fucking female journalists or some shit.
I didn't dox anybody, bro. What are you talking about?
I didn't say that. I'm using. Do you know what a fucking analogy is, dumb fuck?
Yeah, hey, I got a question. If I go ahead,
he was making a Gamergate reference.
You referenced in that big long rambly rant that lasted like 5 minutes, right? You referenced that you later in the stream got a story right, and that I should have talked about that because you covered some things right. Does that mean I can't criticize you for when you're wrong?
No, of course you can. The entire point is framing something incorrectly. If there's 8 hours of coverage on a particular matter, and throughout that coverage, I'm actually personally talking about how the red line I would draw is on the ground. If there is an on-the-ground investigation where they look at ground soil analysis, one factor of the forensic analysis on whether or not this was a misfire is actually seeing the impact, right? You have to look at the crater. And the crater in and of itself, immediately, once the dust settled and we saw the crater, I said, while I originally looked at the video, can I please explain what's happening here, or do you?
So yeah, again, it's like there is no actual good faith attempt to hold Hasan to account for anything he did wrong. This is super disappointing. I don't know. I wish that Hasan would talk to somebody like Dylan Burns who actually gives a shit about truth and isn't just clout sharking. But like this guy's literally just in here for digs. There's no actual effort to engage with anything that's happening or being said. Why won't Hasan talk to you? You know why. On the plus side, this is the best appearance I've seen from Chapo in years.
Are you just in here to fucking cry? Okay.
Well, it sucks because you're going on about irrelevant stuff.
Okay.
It's not relevant.
If your ultimate statement is that my claims are baseless, then you haven't done your research because none of this is baseless.
To conclusions. You jump
Brother,
to conclusions.
Of course,
on
yeah,
breaking
I jumped to the same
stories
conclusions that the
are still coming out.
BBC did too, and I also
Right,
said,
but they corrected it. You don't.
no, but you're failing to understand is I, even on the same day, immediately after this, said I might be wrong on this, and if I'm wrong, here is how I will be disproven. Okay, if somehow we end up having an impact crater analysis and soil analysis to see what kind of munitions was used in this process, and it is consistent with an Islamic Jihad rocket, because we know what kind of rockets they have, and this most likely, and I said this the day of as well, was a possible batter rocket, the BADR rocket, okay, that Islamic Jihad does have. If that is the case, if
there's a genocide happening in the Congo, devoting your platform to drama bait like this is a moral wrong when you're at least somewhat complicit if you do not cover it. Oh, I'm not somewhat complicit. I started the genocide in the Congo. I was there. I still am there. I'm broadcasting this stream from an undisclosed location. You think there was no reason why I wasn't covering it?
If that is
That's
the case,
only way
then
you will
the
admit
ground
that
soil,
might be-
the ground, yes, chemical testing on the ground would prove that to be true. Hamas also, and I brought this up as well, which I thought was suspicious.
I'm not a comic book villain, chatter. Do you think I would have disclosed my presence in the Congo if there was even the slightest chance of you stopping my plans? I committed the genocide 45 minutes ago. I'm sorry.
Fishes could not find anything beyond the impact crater, could not find a possible shrapnel from the missile, because the missile doesn't perish. Okay? So what I said
stream was
is in
recorded
situations
5
like
weeks
this, and I
ago.
showed like an earlier event like this where
Channel
Israel had
4.
lied. Okay? In situations like this, usually they will bring forward a piece of the fucking missile. Okay? If you're engaging in this, if you're engaging in my content in good faith, you would have seen all of this. I don't just like repeat whatever fucking thing I'm thinking about out of my ass.
You
okay?
do all the time.
I do.
That's what
That's
the video.
not
you should watch
true
the
because
video.
I'm
You should just
telling
watch
you.
the video, dude. Hold on. In the same stream,
I'm
when you
telling
say
you,
so
I'm telling
100%
you
certain,
where
calling
my
everybody-
analysis
hold on.
comes from.
Look
Talking
how
to
you reframed this entire thing.
brother, you have literally complained here
psycho.
about one hospital bombing that
No,
is
it's
still
not. It's about
not
your pattern of
proven.
behavior
One
of
hospital bombing that is
misreporting
still
things.
not proven to be an Islamic Jihad rocket
I know, but
by
you,
saying
the criticism
third-party
is
forensic.
You say 100%, and then everybody who says otherwise, you were calling genocidal.
I still think
That's what you did on stream. That's what
yeah,
you did.
I did. I
these
did
are
do
the-
that
the
because
clips
they
right
are.
there.
If you're defending Israel, you are genocidal.
Right, but if you simply are
Wait,
telling
do you
the
think?
truth
Do you
with
think
this
defending?
report,
Okay, let's
if
talk
you're
about that.
simply
Do you
telling
think
the truth
defending
when it comes to
Israel?
this
Do you think
report,
defending
that
Israel's
makes you-
actions?
Look how
do you
look how
think?
you're doing this now. You're now saying
Okay,
I'm genocidal.
because
for
you
just simply
brought up a
saying
new
the
point.
truth
You
of
brought
this
up a new
situation.
point.
The
We're
truth
moving on.
matters.
We're not going to watch this
Thank
shit ass
God.
video. You brought up a new
I
point.
know, because you don't want
think
the
think
actual truth.
okay?
You don't want to show everybody
Do you
the
think what
context.
Israel is engaging in is ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement in Gaza right
Yeah.
now? You do.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Do you think defending this ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign would be
done that a while
defending
ago.
genocidal acts then in your own assessment?
Yeah,
Okay, so we agree. All right, got it. Thank you.
I know.
Move
The
on from
criticism is your reporting. It's not that, bro.
Yeah, got it. You care more about
Yeah.
People in chat who think they're too good for this, I don't understand why you just don't leave. Look, guys, whether you like it or not, like we did that TikTok segment earlier, one of the most important things that I've learned while doing this is that while I consider myself pretty smart, the work that I do is pretty fucking stupid. Like, incredibly so. Like, more so than a lot of other shit, all right? You'll get more, like, engaged, intelligent, thoughtful conversations, like, working in like, a trade field or something, okay? Politics gets people really fucking emotional, and it gets people acting really fucking dumb. And I think that it's worthwhile to engage with that, even if it's like ear blistering suffering sometimes. I've always felt this way. I don't think I'm better than it. I've engaged in it myself. You know, we all have the capacity to be ear blisteringly dumb from time to time. I just think, you know, I think it's important to engage with that authentically rather than sort of removing yourself from it entirely.
You care more about
doing a
truth
good
in
job because
journalism.
you
Okay, got it.
you do.
I'm glad
You're
we agree on it at
radicalizing
least.
people when you're
I'm glad
wrong.
we agree on
You
it. I'm glad we
radicalize
agree on
people
it.
when you're
Okay,
wrong.
move on. Next point.
Are you just gonna like? Should I now bring up the next point?
I don't know what the fucking points are. Go ahead.
Or are you going to go on more about like irrelevant?
And here, at this point, it really does seem like the only point that Willie is upset that Hasan isn't engaging with is watch my video, watch my video, watch my video, which I don't think is a very good argument. I don't find that very, it merits much engagement.
Here, by the way, for those if you don't know, we do have an automatic Fossabot timer usually for breaking news, especially when it comes to like mass shootings, which includes the main mass shooting, which you claimed I was covering immediately or whatever.
Yeah, you covered the same day, didn't you?
I don't remember if I did, but if I did, it was specifically just the police. It was probably just whatever the police testimony was at the time. But here is the Fossabot from that day for the record. Get automatically timing out someone who is trying to bring this up.
So
anyway,
your chat's not allowed to talk about it, but you talk about it.
No, chat is talking about it so I can actually talk about it myself. And this was the day after. No, I actually didn't cover the main shooting at all that day, and I barely talked about it the next day, as a matter of fact.
Okay, fair enough then. I haven't watched those streams.
Okay. I don't think you watch a lot of the streams because if you did, you would understand where a lot of my analysis is coming from, and you wouldn't be fucking making erroneous claims like this.
Bro. You kind of do bro politics and just shoot from the hip.
I'm sorry. Okay, okay, got it. What kind of politics do you watch, or what kind of politics do you actually engage with then?
I mean,
I have a style that. Wait, I don't get it. I have a style that you don't like. Okay, the end. That doesn't.
Yeah, but it's you. The style is you being wrong about stuff. The style's about you doing.
That's a
wrong.
style.
Like, it's the same criticism. We're just gonna talk in circle.
Yeah. What if he was like, oh yeah, I watch Vosh. Never getting that Hasan convo then. Vosh, I hate the I don't think you watch my streams argument / comment. Just doesn't seem to matter. What do you think? I mean, if you're misrepresenting somebody and they just flat out do not do the stuff you're accusing them of doing, I guess there's some validity to it. Obviously, I don't think it's reasonable to expect that a person has watched like a significant amount of your content. They have to know what they're criticizing, of course. Even sometimes then, I don't think that you really have to know what you're criticizing if a person has given a strong impression of something. Like, if a person is acting like a massive dipshit on Twitter, I don't think you have to, like, go and watch YouTube videos of them to confirm their dipshittiness before, like, committing to claiming they're a dipshit. I feel like sometimes with you know, people's impressions are valid to make a claim.
Again, dude, do you feel like you radicalize your audience when you get stuff wrong on these reporting? This sort of reporting.
Explain. I would love to hear what you mean.
So,
by
like,
this.
for instance, like you and Ethan on like Israel, right? He's 100% seems like he sympathizes with the Palestinians, right?
Yeah, 100%. I agree.
Comes on stream, yeah, all that good stuff.
Okay.
But then when he goes ahead and he's like saying stuff like, "Dude, your whole chat's calling me racist. Your whole chat's calling me a genocidal freak, right? Are you going to do anything about that?" You don't. And the reason why they do that is because you said
it's really interesting you said that. Do you think
you won't let me finish?
Every single day up until that very moment, every single day up until that very moment, I told my community, if you actually did watch beyond the clips, you would know that every single day, since the Leftovers broadcast, including the immediate aftermath of the Leftovers broadcast, the first time we talked at the Leftovers at the H3Issue studio, I told my community that Ethan is sympathetic to Palestinians and that he is not your enemy. To yell at him in this situation would be fucking fruitless, ridiculous. Plenty of people tried to farm drama.
The reason why your audience does it is because
hold on. You asked me what kind of community cultivation I engage in.
You didn't even know what I was going to ask because you cut me off.
Okay, go ahead.
That's what you fucking did.
Okay, go ahead. I'm being very rude to my guest, by the way, but go on. I'm sorry, Felix.
I'm surprised you brought him on with Felix here.
All right, I was just saying, do you feel like you radicalize your audience because your audience calls Ethan racist, even though he's pro-Palestinian, right? And the reason why they do that is because whenever anybody just reports like a basic fact, like Israel likely didn't do the Gaza hospital bomb, right? Your response.
It's not a basic fact. There was a extremely contentious news cycle that led to retractions from like multiple mainstream news outlets, but okay.
response is to freak out and call that chatter genocidal and say that they hate all Arabs. So that's why they do. You feel like you're radicalizing them to do it? I mean, they do it for a reason. They learned it from you.
Are you taking, are you in your own assessment here, taking things out of context over the course of an 8-hour broadcast where you think maybe
in context. It's all in context.
No, you don't know the context.
You gotta prove to
because
me that
you
I
can
took
look
it
at
out of context.
because you can look at a fucking banning that is occurring on a stream and not recognize that that banning is happening because it might be a sock account. That banning might be happening because someone is bad faith. That banning might be happening because
this is
I'm sorry,
irrelevant.
we're talking.
Dude, Will is literally just like extenuating context on a one thing you said in one stream to one person is irrelevant. Yeah, it's pretty clear what this is. If you're like talking with chat, there are so many extenuating circumstances that can mitigate any particular claim being made, like to a specific chatter, because they could also be acting like a fucking dipshit. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much shit that could change the exact circumstances. Chat's dumb. That's what it does, you know? Chat loves being dumb.
About how I cultivate my community and how I moderate my community. How the fuck is telling you how I moderate my community irrelevant? Everything, it seems, that goes against whatever narrative you want to frame is irrelevant in your opinion. So yeah, no wonder you want me to just watch the fucking YouTube video and sit in the goddamn shadows. Everything's irrelevant. You're asking me questions about how I operate. This is supposed to be your research. This is supposed to be your research, isn't it? Are you not supposed to be doing fucking research right now on your subject matter? So what's irrelevant?
You're asking, hold on. I just said, are you radicalizing your audience? And then you went on a rant about sock accounts. That's not relevant.
No, because
that is stupendously bad faith. Hasan was listing a sock account as a potential explainer for why he might have blown up at somebody. That's so stupid. That's so head ass. Oh God. Sorry, that's an inseparable shoe on head phrase in my head. I can't say that. It's like saying the N-word.
Talking about how I cultivate and how I moderate
people.
my community. The entire conversation is within the framework of how I moderate my community. And what I told you is you don't have any understanding of why I'm banning who, for what reason. You're just watching in small increments without recognizing
that in a
political...
want it to be that way. It's not. I have entire streams downloaded. It's your whole stream.
Okay, that still doesn't matter because you don't know why we make moderation decisions. That's why you were wrong on the fucking shooting in Maine. That's why you were wrong on the Maine shooting too, because you can't comprehend what is going on behind the fucking scenes. So why don't you ask me if I'm your subject matter here, which it seems you watch all the fucking streams, instead of making up your own mind about how these streams go.
Just change the subject.
What? I'm not changing the subject.
You radicalize your audience, and Ethan's the example. Why are you going on about banning? Why you ban people?
This is so productive. I love this shit, man. Hell yes.
And making it sound so complicated.
Do you think I'm radicalizing my community against Ethan when I told you time and time again that I have kept my community in check over and over again?
I have to repeat what I say for a third time because it's very straightforward.
Brother, you ask me questions, I answer. You don't like the answer because it goes against your narrative that you're trying to fucking fulfill, and then you go, "Oh, it's irrelevant." It's not irrelevant.
I'm answering you about A, and you give me number 3. It's like completely a different fucking thing. I say, Hasan, let's do run, and you go, I swim. It's not fucking relevant.
It is absolutely relevant. It's
No,
absolutely relevant.
You go ahead.
Do you not think that my moderation is what we're talking about? You literally brought up Ethan.
What we're talking about is you attack people that talk about the facts, right? Like you go ahead and you're like, you're a genocidal freak, blah, 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 blah. Or opinions. It could be facts or opinions, right?
Uh-huh.
When it comes
do you know how many people we ban on a daily basis?
Hearing the question.
Okay, go ahead, because you're not fucking asking a question. You're just like ranting. Go on. I'm sorry. Give me your.
All right, I'll keep the question short.
Yeah.
When you criticize chatters by calling them genocidal freaks for having opinions that really are pretty nuanced, right? On a subject that is fairly nuanced, right? Why are you surprised, or you shouldn't be surprised that your chatters do that to Ethan?
So the problem with what Willie, so there is a grain of truth to what Willie is saying here. The problem is that because he's kind of relying on this very spurious single anecdote of like Hasan yelling at a chatter one time, there's not much to there's not much to engage with. Like, because do you think that when I act like the time from that thing that I don't remember, it is like how the other thing, like, there's not enough really to bite into there. I mean, there should be a more like substantial basis of evidence to work from than just, do you remember this one time?
Like, you're the one that radicalized them into doing that. They're doing it to Ethan because you do it
If
to
my
everybody
word,
else.
if my word is so gold that a chatter is repeating what I'm saying in a moment's notice, then why are they not repeating what I'm saying or hearing what I'm saying, as a matter of fact, when I tell them over and over again every single day since Ethan and I had our leftovers broadcast that Ethan is actually an anti-Zionist,
Why don't
that he's
you ban
sympathetic
them,
to the
then?
Palestinian plight.
You ban
that
everybody that links my video. Why don't you ban
Wait.
them for doing that to Ethan?
wait, what? We literally had Ethan as a blocked word for straight up weeks at a time.
Yeah, but
Damn, Hasan must really like me. He's had Vosh as a blocked word for years.
What
why
are you
not
talking
fix
about?
the problem? The problem is they're calling him racist, not that
Wait,
Ethan's a bad guy.
wait. I just told you how I personally said time and time again, every single day, whenever a chatter tried to bring it up, whether they were drama farming or whether they were genuinely concerned with something that they misunderstood from Ethan's perspective. And even in that same conversation that I had with Ethan, that I believe that he's a very empathetic person and that I believe that he cares about Palestinian people. As my co-host, I said this time and time again. Okay? Here's the question for you. Beyond that, what other mechanisms of control do you want me to bring forward, or are you just engaging in bad faith? Because I do, and I did.
Man, I think that Hasan's community was horrible to Ethan, but I don't think you should just auto ban people for saying, for like, okay, I guess like if you're auto banning people in the tens of thousands of people in your chat for misrepresenting somebody like in a rude or disruptive or negative way, like that's like a fucking full-time job, man. I think you have to choose your battles there. Now, my main concern with Hasan is the mod team. To me, that's the real issue. I think that Hasan has an atrocious mod team, and he's let that fester. And that's fully something he can control. Right? Like it's not like having a rowdy community or the community being horrible to Ethan or whatever else. Like the mod team, you have a much more direct bit of control over. And even then, like, I'm not saying the mods have to act perfect, you know? Like they're not, fucking clockwork soldiers or whatever. There's going to be variance and sometimes bad behavior from moderators, and that's okay. But I think that like this is a particular problem here.
Yes, I did. I told my own moderators, because you don't know this, again, after Ethan saw
Your moderators are the one doing it, by the way. Like your mods are.
Yeah,
people
I
that
went
are
back and
also
looked at what
pushing
they
these
had
same
said
things.
as well. By the way, for the record, I know that you said this.
Okay.
I love that.
Oh,
the
so you
most
did watch
common...
my video?
No, I know that. What do you mean? No, I didn't watch your video at all. Why are you getting so fucking excited? I'm saying
you just mentioned something. You said you
oh,
saw
okay,
that.
my
I did
bad.
this.
I misspoke. I apologize. This is something that every single person has brought up in this situation, including Ethan even brought up. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, you got excited. Okay. Anyway.
No, I was pumped because I thought you were a secret Willie Mack fan.
No, I did not watch your video, and I most
my
likely
real
will
on
never
the
watch your
ground
videos.
journalism.
But anyway, listen. First of all, I'm not a journalist. I've never said I'm a journalist.
You do reports from the ground, bro. That's what you said.
Wait, when I said I do reports from the ground, where is that from? Do you have a clip? Oh, yeah,
it's before. It's why you said you wouldn't go on Piers Morgan.
Can you send me?
He did.
Can you send me the clip? Because I think it's probably a miscommunication. Like, I've never said I do on the ground reporting. If I said that, I probably misspoke.
I mean, it's more me being facetious, but if you want to watch it, we can watch it. Let's do it.
Oh, you're being. Oh,
yeah. Wait. Well, what? What do you mean being facetious? What do you mean by that?
So you're admitting that you are
Everyone knows you're
lying
not
and saying that I'm an on-the-ground reporter.
You just sit in your fucking house. Everybody knows you don't actually report from the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, again. So wait, what? So what did Willie just do there? He said Hasan called himself an on-the-ground reporter, and then he was like, wait, maybe not. And now he's making fun of Hasan for not being an on-the-ground reporter, something nobody thought he was. Okay, again, like this is like a just deeply unserious bullshit that makes me feel like this guy, like I don't think this guy gives a fuck about anything. It's just like numbers. It's just like channel numbers. By the way, I did take a look because I saw a bit about this drama beforehand. This dude is hardcore profiting from his hatred towards Hasan. Like multiple videos, hundreds of thousands of views from a channel that's smaller than mine. You know, so in not to say that there's anything innately disqualifying about having a monetary incentive or whatever, but in terms of this, where he's doing this skeezy, like pretending to give a shit about journalistic ethics while completely misrepresenting the subject, it comes across as like really fucking gross, in my opinion. Really scummy, no principles, blah blah blah. You know, you all, yeah, just like scum tank shit.
Yeah, which is why I would never say that. So I don't know why.
You
so
did
wait.
say that though. That's what's funny.
It's weird you only criticize him when we know he's trolling in bad faith and Hasan still looks the worst. Linkard, I've saw you and you've been like unironic Hasan derangement posting for a while too. I don't understand what's wrong with you. If the amount of criticism that I have levied at Hasan is not enough for you, that's one thing. I think that's pretty weird on its own, but that's one thing. But what you're doing and what a lot of people are doing, and I find it very strange, is pretending that I'm going out of my way to defend him here when I'm mostly just shitting on Willie for very obviously, objectively dumb behavior. And it makes me feel like you don't actually give a shit about anything wrong Hasan has done. You're just in it for more like drama bait yourself, which really makes me question like the general community attitude towards good faith engagement and truth and blah, 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 blah. Like, what are we doing here, folks? Jesus Christ. Multiple people in chat acting that way. I'm not asking you to like Hasan. I don't. I'm asking you to not be a psycho.
I probably was talking about how I work with on-the-ground reporters. I don't personally engage in on-the-ground reporting, so it probably was a moment where I misspoke. I've never said that I do on-the-ground reporting.
Yeah, I know. No, everyone knows you don't actually do on-the-ground reporting.
So, yeah?
Wait, so why did you bring that up then?
I was just giving you shit.
Wait, so I don't understand. So where is your...
Literally, like, stuck in 2016 Gamergate tier shit. This is some, like, primo intellectual regression territory right here. God damn.
Your supposedly, quote-unquote, journalistic integrity in this situation. So it's like... So
I mean, it's a video that's also entertaining, so sometimes I just making fun of you, and other times...
He doesn't believe in anything, literally. Like, this whole thing's like, yeah, you haven't met my incredibly high journalistic standards that not even Reuters was able to meet. And then it's like, well, actually, I just like saying shit, dude. I'm a shit sayer. I love saying shit. He called Leafy the last great YouTuber? What a fucking retard, dude.
It is actually a serious allegation.
All right, got it.
Yeah, I mean, you make
no,
jokes on stream. I mean,
yeah, I do. Which then you apparently, or if I misspeak, apparently you fucking use it in your commentary as though it's like super serious. So anyway,
I didn't name one example that I did that.
I don't know. I don't watch your videos, so
yeah. So don't make shit up. Here's a classic example.
Don't make shit up. You just said I fucking say.
Wait, Hasan. Just say that you were talking shit. Just say you're talking shit. It's an unbeatable argument.
I'm reporting on the ground when we both know I didn't.
Exactly right.
And also, on top of that, you literally started the conversation by saying you never apologized for fucking being wrong about Russia invading Ukraine.
You usually double down or shift the goalpost is what you do.
That's not true. I literally said
that's just what we talked about for the last hour, bro.
None of this was shifting the goalpost. You just don't like it. That's it. You want me to be wrong. That's it. You don't want you want me to be wrong. That's why you keep saying you shift the goalpost.
The question I asked you was, do you feel like your audience acts that way towards Ethan because you act like that towards everybody else? And you just go on about moderation.
Okay, if my audience is acting that way towards Ethan, okay, But
Do you feel like it's
but my
because you play a
audience,
role in that?
so they're getting their points from me. They're getting their anger from me. So
Yes.
why don't they hear me out when I talk about how Ethan is not
Because
someone
you
that you
radicalize
should
them
be
into
yelling at
everybody
all?
having a different position has to be genocidal.
Oh, got it.
That's
So
why.
like they don't listen. So they don't listen to one thing. They listen to whatever favors your perspective in this matter, but they don't listen to the other thing
Yeah, they
when it
all
doesn't
think you're
favor
being
you.
too soft
Got
on
it.
him.
So you
That's
get to pick
exactly
and
it.
choose on what I get to do, or maybe
No,
let's be
it's
real.
really
You're
simple to
completely
understand.
oblivious to how much I've talked to my own community about not fucking yelling at Ethan and about how he's a good person, how he's an empathetic.
Again, this is one of those issues where if anyone who wasn't a retard was talking to Hasan right now, I think they could really make him look bad. But unfortunately, the cards were dealt, I suppose. Like Hasan absolutely has done a lot to both promote and tolerate, like strong negative tendencies in his audience, which absolutely led to. Wait, seriously? God damn it. Whatever.
Person, he was a kind person, and he truly cares about Palestinian people.
Is
Maybe
that
that
why
has
you were,
some
You were kind
because
of.
it doesn't go along with your narrative.
Watch the debate,
My point is
but
this.
From what
My
I've
point
seen,
is
you were
this.
kind of bad faith in your debate with him. It wasn't exactly like a very nice debate
my
you had.
God.
I can't wait to go watch it. I'm gonna go find out myself. but-
Okay.
Wait, what debate is he referring to that Hasan had where he hasn't seen it but he has opinions on it while also criticizing Hasan for not watching his videos? Ethan with Hasan? I only saw the last hour of that. I don't think I could have tolerated 3 hours of that, man. That was emotionally brutal. A lot of it is also just because, I don't know, I really like Ethan. I think he's a cool guy. I don't agree with everything he's done or said. I think that sometimes, he has takes that I disagree with or whatever, but obviously that's kind of the case with everyone. So
Okay. Well, have fun watching it. This was the most unproductive.
I know, because you're mad I disagree with you, and you're mad that
No,
just
I'm not.
mixing
I'm not
around
mad that you
words
disagree with me.
doesn't
Plenty of people
change
disagree
the
with
facts.
me. I yell at my chat every fucking day, dumbass. There are people who disagree with me that have been in here
I
for
know, you
5
all
fucking
you
years.
demonize them all
Shut
for
the
having
fuck
different
up.
opinions.
No, that's
Wait. Is he simultaneously arguing that Hasan needs to do more to rein in his community, but also that Hasan is too hard on his community? I don't even understand. I don't even know.
That's not true. There's a difference between disagreements. There's a
Tightening
difference
this up.
between disagreements and someone who is just trying to cut drama as hard as they fucking can. You don't know anything about Israel or Palestine. You don't give a shit about Israel or Palestine. You're just trying to fucking make money by cutting drama, which you've shown. Which you have shown.
Kind of conversation is
what
that?
you're interested in.
It can be both if you're letting people act out, but also yelling at people for disagreeing with you. I guess that's true. Yeah, it's one of those things where like it could have been a good argument if it was made a good argument, but it's not. So that's that, it genuinely makes me wonder if the reason Hasan brought this guy on was purely as a kind of controlled opposition thing. Not to sound conspiratorial or whatever, but it's like It's like I feel like now, because the drama community is going to treat this as a huge win for the Willie Mack show. They're going to be like, oh, you epically owned that soy lord Hasan. You owned him. He's been owned. But what like Hasan's community is only going to point to this and go, wow, these guys sure are fucking idiots, huh? Like this is in terms of like motivating good behavior from the largest political streamer out there. This is terrible. This is like the opposite of what we want, because now he has like full fucking permission to be like, oh, you disagree with me? Huh. I guess you're like that other guy that I debated who is a moron, I think I'm going to go for 3 train car lengths across the network here, so I'm going to move that up one.
Spread a fuck ton of misinformation, and
just
you
so-
also literally
What
refuse to hear
misinformation
the
did I
additional
spread?
context
Name it.
behind it. You refuse
Name
to
it.
hear the additional context
what I took
behind
out of
it,
context.
and you just sit there and you say, Hasan, you must not be talking to open source intelligence community people. You must not be talking
This
to
is a very
actual
pretty
journalists
station.
on the
I know.
ground or literally actual forensic analysts that are working at Washington Post, New York Times, and the like. You must just simply be making this up. When I tell you, as I am the source matter here, right? I'm the subject matter here. If I'm the subject matter of your commentary, I'm giving you what I do, what my process is, and instead of going, okay, maybe I misunderstood how this works, you've turned around and tried to fucking yell about all this shit. I've tried to show you that the circumstantial evidence presented at the time and still to this day greatly favors that this was most likely another Israeli munition. Okay, I said this, but you don't give a shit because you don't care about the truth. You just care about fucking stirring shit up. It doesn't matter if I say 100%. Okay, matter, on the same fucking day, in the immediate moment after that, I have said
the immediate moment after that.
Oh my fucking Lord, dude. On the same exact coverage, of the bombing of this hospital, regardless of the actual, regardless of how overwhelming the evidence was that this was yet another Israeli bombing campaign, which, by the way,
there really wasn't that much evidence, dude. All the evidence,
yes, it
everybody
was.
reporting on, all the people reporting on it.
No.
That's not true. It was again, like, it's literally mass bombings are being carried out in the Gaza Strip. I wonder who bombed that place. Like, it's not complicated. I mean, reality is complicated, but the circumstances that would lead a person to make that assumption were simple enough, at least that Reuters made it. Hasan was supposed to talk to Lonerbox sometime tomorrow. I really hope he doesn't back out now. Dude, oh, God, he really will talk to everyone but me. No, I don't mean to sound bitter. Lonerbox is really good stuff. Sometimes I see people in chat complain, like, I don't know if he's done something that I would find disagreeable. Like if he said something disagreeable or whatever, but every time I tune in on his shit, it seems like he's doing some big brain. He's big brain in it. He's big brain, big think. So that's cool. I like big brain, big think. I like that. It's because he's European. Ah, yes, an unforgivable mortal sin. I agree. Come on, this is a pretty good train stop, huh? Look at all this. Look at all this. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Don't even have construction robots yet. Just laying the shit out.
No, we can't have this conversation then. If you legitimately think that there isn't enough circumstantial evidence that all pointed to Israel literally bombing the same vicinity, Israel bombing the hospital 2 days prior, if you think that is not enough evidence that Israel was bombing the hospital again, including the fucking doctors, including the doctor. Wait, what?
Not 100%. I don't think it's
including
100%.
The fucking 90%. I still think it's 90% that it's Israel.
Yeah,
so how about that?
You still think it's 90%.
Oh, so that's the difference. So that's the difference. I didn't say 90%. My bad, brother. Sorry.
No,
next time I'll say, guys, it's 90% Israel.
You still claim it. You still double down and say the exact same thing.
Because of the evidence that I have presented. Every single point of evidence.
To be clear, I don't think that there is anything wrong at all with continuing to believe that Israel did it. And just like knowing, just like, you know, fog of war stuff. The evidence is non-conclusive in either direction. At the moment, the preponderance of evidence, I think, leans towards it being the Islamic group, not Israel. But like the preponderance of evidence doesn't mean you can't have opinions contrary to it. You can just say, I don't know for sure whether this is the case. However, I think this or whatever. I don't think there's anything innately wrong with that. Really doing a Destiny stream right now, watching Hasan with Factorio. Yeah, no kidding, huh? Maybe this type of stream, Destiny's been like, he's like the fucking oldest streamer, right? Maybe it's like evolving towards Crabs, where this is just where everything goes. Like the end state of political commentary is just playing Factorio while reacting to a debate. And that's all you need, you know?
Every single point of evidence that Israel presented was discredited instantaneously. The only fucking evidence we have is the circumstantial evidence. I said all of these on the same fucking day of the coverage, okay? I said all of the evidence is circumstantial, but of course circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly says that this was yet another Israeli bombing campaign. We looked through the same evidence. We looked at
there wasn't that much.
There wasn't any evidence? There was no
I
evidence.
mean, there was circumstantial, but you think that's enough to go off of when it's breaking news and they're going to
Well, it's kind of crazy that you say that because I did mention that it was circumstantial at the time and that it was overwhelmingly. So you do agree with me. Got it.
Dude,
Okay, so circumstantial evidence overwhelmingly favors that this is Israel. Got it, which was my commentary on the time. So now we've proven that you fucking found a 2-minute segment, a 2-minute fucking segment, a 2-minute segment on the day of to fucking clip and go, this is what Hasan said. He's clearly in the fucking wrong. He's so stupid.
And catch you in the slide, right? I could just like do it. It's gonna be like really. It's gonna happen. I mean, what can I do here?
What?
What do you mean?
I'm just gonna go watch the broadcast and show you lying.
Okay, go ahead. That's great. Watch the broadcast. You're most likely going to do the exact same thing that you've done thus
You don't
far,
even know what I did. You
which
didn't
is
watch
over the
the
course
video.
of a fucking 8-hour broadcast,
idiot.
you're going to find
You didn't
another
even watch
fucking
the
moment to be
video.
like, see? He read the chat.
How do you
he
know
did
what I did?
this.
You
He
didn't
did
even
that.
watch it.
There is, over the course of an 8-hour
You right now
broadcast.
is the same thing you always do. I'm just saying.
No,
like this,
you
you're
just
doing
stop
it in
saying
real
it's the same
time.
thing you always
You're doing
do.
it in real time, bro.
Over the course
okay.
of an 8-hour broadcast, if you look to literally 3 moments, you
Nobody
can find
else
me.
shut
You can
up
find
as much as you, dude. That does 8-hour broadcast.
because no one has the most psychopathic fucking fandom like idiots like you who fucking sit through every minutia to find a
called
clippable
research.
moment.
It's
To
actually
find a
just called-
clippable
it's
moment
just
to be
called
like, he
basic
sucks, he's
research.
bad. That's
You
the
make
reason,
research
dickhead.
sound bad,
all right.
bro.
Anyway, I gotta go. I'm being rude to my guest. I can't believe I fucking I made Felix
God
sit
bless
through this.
that guy.
I can't believe I made Felix sit through this. Okay.
Could I ask a question?
Oh, my guest has a question for you.
All right, let's
Go
hear
ahead.
it.
Don't you think it's weird how like Anne Hathaway like isn't Jewish? I just found that out like last year.
I don't fucking know, bro.
Doesn't she like kind of like look like Jewish? I always thought that. I was like, let's go, that's one of ours. But apparently she isn't. She's
Are
like
you
the
Jewish?
opposite. Yeah.
What's the opposite?
Alone.
Are you?
No, I'm not.
I was about to say Willie Mack.
I'm just
That's-
a
that
Midwest
name
dick,
isn't in the
bro.
Bible.
Yeah. All right, take it easy, man.
Felix, do you have any questions for Willie Mack?
Damn,
That
Felix
was the
owned that
question.
guy in
That's
like
it?
no time.
Yeah.
No,
I
this is
just
a good one.
I just
No
found
notes.
out about the Anne Hathaway thing
Well,
like this year.
It's breaking news. I'm sure
Billy,
Hasan's looking into it.
Willie Mack, thank you so much for your ethics in video game journalism or your ethics in conflict reporting.
Thanks for coping by
I'm
just
sure.
saying stuff out
I'm
of
sure.
context.
Okay.
without
Yeah.
showing it
You
at
got
all.
me, dude. You fucking owe me. Okay. Thanks for
Yeah.
coping. He says. All right. Jesus Christ.
Remarkable. Wow. Well, what did we learn today, folks? We learned that clout sharking and spite actually really impede your ability to make good political points, if anything else. Where have we seen that before, I wonder? Where you might have a legitimate argument and it all kind of falls to dust because you're too interested in it. It reminds me of like conservative satire where they try to make like a joke at the expense of a group they don't like, but they get angry midway through and then just start talking about how they don't like the group. There's a lot of anti-gay satire from conservatives that is literally like they forget the bit halfway through and they just start being homophobic without any comedic pretense. So that's cool. Being homophobic with no comedic pretense. I mean, that's what's cool. Nice. Okay. Well, suffering is infinite, so on and so forth. Close this, close that, close this, close that. Nice. We lost surprisingly few viewers for such a shit show. Please get better headphones. Maybe. I have some nice wireless earbuds. I have something Active Pro 7. I think it starts with a J. Jabra Active Elite Pro 7s or something like that. Secular Talk posting a meme literally made by Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I saw this. I'm surprised he hasn't taken it down. It's pretty dumb. It's one of those things where, like, at first glance, it's like, oh, Ben Shapiro says he hates identity politics, but at the same time, he literally does not shut the fuck up about the Zionism thing, which is true. But it's a Nazi meme. It was made by a Nazi. The signature is cut out. I like, obviously, Kyle Kalinske is not doing this to secretly signal Nazi intentions. My best guess is probably that he posted it without knowing the association, and now that a bunch of people have told him, he's being like obstinate and doesn't want to. Keep in mind, Kyle Kalinske does not delete tweets. That's a thing that is known about him. So my guess is like he's been told that, and he's like, well, I'm not going to delete it because that would admit that I feel bad, which I don't, or something like that. I don't know. Supreme Court says Florida can't enforce anti-drag law. Oh, nice. Published 23 hours ago. A U.S. Supreme Court rejected Florida's request to enforce its law targeting drag shows, upholding a lower court order that has blocked the law statewide. The law, known as the Protection of Children Act, we've talked about that before, aimed to fine or revoke the liquor license of venues admitting minors to performances deemed indecent. Hamburger Mary's restaurant challenged the law, arguing it violated the First Amendment. 3 conservative justices dissented and would have granted Florida's request to enforce the law. The majority did not explain its reasoning. Protects drag, walks away, doesn't explain anything. The Senate finally blocked military aid to Azerbaijan. Well, that's nice, I guess. It took 9 months of siege, a short war, and the ethnic cleansing of 120,000 Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. But the U.S. Senate has finally voted to suspend American military aid to the regime of Azerbaijan. All 100? Oh. Guys, how often do you get 100 senators agreeing on something? Doesn't Israel help Azerbaijan? Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's complicated. I don't want to crack open the fucking Caucasus again. Who is doing the genocide? Azerbaijan. Why would Israel help Azerbaijan? It's complicated. Okay. Holy shit, it's almost 3. That took so long. I was going to go over the Crystal and Sagar debate, Israel ethnically cleansing Gaza, but that's a whole other debate review. So I think I'm going to pocket that one for the next stream. Let me save that to watch later. There we go. We need to fairly proportion that shit. You promised another segment? Yeah, I did promise, and I'll deliver. Itchy. Promises made, promises kept. Just inhaled a mustache hair of mine. That's super cool. So I talked about this just a little bit last stream. It's still undeleted. Elon Musk just openly agreeing with the Jewish question on Twitter. This guy says, hey, Hitler supporters, why don't you speak up? And this guy says, okay, Jewish communities hate white people and want to bring in brown people to dilute our race. And Elon Musk said, you have said the actual truth. 32K likes. There's really no ambiguity here. Like, there's no, might have missed a dog whistle or something. It's just an open, unambiguous, euphemism-free description of the Jewish question, followed with Elon Musk saying, you are true. That is true. Basically, every Nazi on Twitter has jumped behind this tweet. It's like their rallying flag. What did he mean by this? Who could possibly know what Elon Musk meant by an unambiguous, uneuphemistic endorsement of the Jewish question? Vosh, this is huge. This may be grounds for the blocking of all Twitter in Germany. It is genuinely incredible. He's agreed with far-right stuff before, but this is as direct and open and unambiguous as you can really get. Elon Musk, ultimately, I think, isn't motivated by, like, National Socialism ideologically. He's just motivated by having people like him. I mean, we have so many internal reports now of him being borderline suicidal because he was mad that the people on Twitter didn't like him and it like emotionally broke him or whatever. Yeah, he's like Homelander, okay? He's like Homelander, but not like that other bitch who was like, I'm the alt-right and you're a conservative and we're gonna do this, comparison. IBM just cut funding to Twitter. Cut funding? You mean advertising? IBM yanked all global advertising from Twitter after Elon Musk retweeted a blatantly anti-Semitic post. He didn't retweet it. Okay, I hate it when people do this. He didn't retweet a blatantly anti-Semitic post. He agreed with a Nazi post. Like, there's a difference. And anti-Semitism is a much wider range, I think, than just overt, like, Jewish question posting. Whatever. What are we doing? Okay, cringe. GIF posting, honestly. The only GIF posting that isn't cringe is when the GIF is of that little Neko cat, the one with the, like, bug eyes that's always planning to put a pipe bomb in your mailbox. That's the good GIF posting. Neko arc? Yeah, there you go. So anyway, this happened. But another thing happened. In addition to that thing happening, this thing happened. So remember how when Tucker Carlson got ousted from Fox News, we watched a few of his Twitter segments. They're not that interesting, and I hate hearing his voice. And he said some shit that was pretty, like, blatantly Nazi posting, talking not just about, like, oh, the elites control us and they don't want you to know this, but more specific, like, there was always the Great Replacement stuff. Can you show an example of the cat? Sure, I will show an example of the cat. It's this cat. If the GIF is of this thing, I think that's cool because they're a funny little dude. That's what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm trying to make at this moment in time. Anyway, Tucker Carlson.
Then I thought, well, wait a second. If the However, wait a second. If the biggest donors at, say, Harvard have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now, where were you the last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide? You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating those.
White genocide. That's what he said. He kind of got cut off there.
10 years when they were calling for white genocide. You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating those people, actually. That you're okay with that? On what grounds were you okay with that?
And this is what I've been trying to explain to the pro-Israel lobby, that what you are seeing as lack of support is people that are asking the question is, where were you as we have endured all of this?
You were paying for it, actually.
Right.
You were paying for it.
You were paying for it.
Because you were calling my children immoral for their skin color. You paid for that.
And
so why shouldn't I be mad at you? I don't understand.
And so that is, obviously you have a ton of white people that are asking this question and they're now being called anti-Semitic.
Right. So this is literally like Hitler and Hitler at the table. They're literally saying, hey, you expect us to stand behind you with Israel, but you Jews were totally okay with white genocide beforehand. In the context of people who run Harvard, which I don't know what the ethnic or religious breakup of people who run Harvard is, but to anti-Semites, literally everyone in power is Jewish, so it doesn't fucking matter. So, like, again, this is completely unambiguous. This is literally like, why should we support Jews when Jews didn't help us with the whole white genocide thing? Hitler to Hitler communication. Why is this setup so wood-based? Because Tucker Carlson would scream and shit himself if he ever touched a splinter, but he wants to give a folksy appearance, like sort of rustic, down to earth. So he has his LARPy little, like, wood shop.
And I think that that's wrong. I think these are meaningful questions that deserve to be answered. Why was this sort of verbiage allowed into the curriculum? I mean, could you imagine if in the curriculum it said that every Jewish person born is a terrorist?
However,
so specifically, what they're describing is, again, I really want to be clear about this, the literal Jewish question. The question that is being framed by them is, why did Jewish elites in academia allow the dissemination of anti-white propaganda in Harvard curriculum? And why then should we support them and Israel, given what they've done to us? This framing, this question is literally what the Nazis asked facetiously in their radio broadcasts as they attempted to radicalize, successfully radicalize, the German population. So this is also taking place in the context of a very, very, very public argument between Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, where Candace Owens posted a LARPy Bible quote. We know none of these people actually give a fuck about religion. Let me see if I can find the tweet. I wish it was easier to search for stuff on Twitter. God, Ben retweets so much stuff. Maybe it'd be easier to look at Candace Owens' account. Here we go. I found a screenshot. Essentially, Candace Owens basically said, Bible, 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 we should not fight. And Ben Shapiro said, Candace, if you feel taking money from the Daily Wire somehow comes between you and God, then by all means quit. Candace Owens replied, you've been acting unprofessional and emotionally unhinged for weeks now. We've all had to sit back and allow it and have all tried to exercise exceeding understanding for your raw emotion. But you cross a certain line when you come for scripture and read yourself into it. I will not tolerate it. I don't think it's a coincidence that this fight is taking place in a religious context. So what's happening right now in the Gaza Strip has been polarizing for a bunch of different groups, but I think what we're seeing right now is a very clear schism, one that already existed, but one that is widening rapidly between the people on the right who are Nazis and the people on the right who aren't. There are plenty of far-right people who are anti-Semitic who have been comfortable being pro-Zionist for a variety of reasons. Maybe they think in the evangelical sense that Jews need to occupy the Holy Land to bring about the rapture. Maybe they just don't particularly care about Jews, but they do like using Israel as a military base, so they'll support Zionist intentions purely for the sake of, you know, keeping the lights on and the national interest defended. A person has to be extremely far right for their hatred of Jews to be severe enough for them to split with the mainstream right on this particular issue. And I think Elon, Candace, and Tucker are doing that. Basically, every conservative I've seen that has been doubting our support for Israel has been doing so in a way that signals allegiance with the Nazis who like them. Like, it's not as though it's not as though conservatives give a shit about Muslim lives, and it's not as though they care how Israel spends their their defense money. Sure, we give them a lot of that defense money. They might oppose that, but in terms of explicitly what's going on up in the Gaza Strip, conservatives don't really have like a international relations angle to this that isn't just pro-Western, right? Therefore, the schism really is just about pure anti-Semitism. Charlie Kirk just did the same thing. Did he? Charlie Kirk is, I've said it before, Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes don't disagree on a single issue, except Charlie Kirk committed to being more rhetorically effective. What did he do? He would absolutely do this, yeah. Oh, well, here's her promoting the clip. Oh, Candace Owens will be joining the Charlie Kirk show today. Is this about the Ben Shapiro thing, or is this about Jews?
Asking meaningful questions. I talked about Charlie Kirk. Charlie with the intent of, if these were your children and they were involved in this horrific attack, wouldn't you want to know these answers? He's like, you can't move 5 feet without seeing an IDF soldier. I've been to Israel, and that is a fact.
I have too, a number.
Jews. I think it's this. Please share with me. Anti-Semites and right-wing media are masked off like I've never seen before. Consensus that this is the path forward is hardening.
Use of the now we don't know what part Elon is saying is the actual truth. So let's go through this. Again, it's
okay. So this is in response to Elon Musk replying to a Jewish question tweet saying this is the truth. So he is replying to that.
Double negatives and misuse of the word disinterested. It's a strange tweet that Elon pinpointed on here. But the first part is absolutely true. Let's go to this. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations.
Jesus.
Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right?
I've said this for a long time, but like all what we've been seeing for the past few years has basically been a piece by piece reconstruction of the original Nazi Jewish question rhetoric through increasingly transparent euphemism. Like the term cultural Marxism, which was used widely by the right a few years ago, is literally just a modern cultural Bolshevism, which was the Nazi conspiracy theory that Jewish Bolsheviks were infiltrating German culture and corrupting it with their Jewishness through media and academia and blah, blah, blah. And then you have like all the conservatives doing the Soros posting. Remember that? That came out of nowhere. Like Soros has been an influential figure for like more than twice my lifetime. And then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, every single mainstream conservative figure is like, well, Soros did this, Soros did this, Soros did that. The far right in India, the far right in Hungary, the far right in Russia, all of them, Soros posting, Soros posting, Soros posting. And you have like the increasing rhetoric about they hate us. They hate our children. You have the increasing great replacement rhetoric from people like Tucker Carlson talking about how the demographics of the country are being changed. Not just changing, being changed. And now you have this, and now the euphemisms have sort of fallen to the wayside. It's no longer the woke. It's no longer Soros. It's no longer cultural Bolshevism. From Candace Owens, Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Charlie Kirk, all of them, it's just, hey, the Jews sure are anti-white, huh? And that, like that, and there you go. Which, like, there's no longer a euphemism. We are there. We have arrived. As long as the conservative narrative is that social progressivism is anti-white, this will always reemerge as the fundamental, like, fascist theories, you know? It always goes back to them.
Mark Rowan, Leon Copperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of the, so that's totally true.
What?
Donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Copperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Copperman. Can we get that full list?
Can we get a full list of these Jews who have been giving money to universities?
Very powerful. The part of the, so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to kind of...
Yep, yeah. Again, this is the schism. This is the split. This is the big split, guys. At first, we thought the split was going to be neocons and fascists, but that wasn't the real split. The real split is going to be fascists who are fascist largely for popularity's sake, but ultimately still adhere to some degree, some pretense of like governance, and people who are just full on, like, not just Nazis, just Nazis.
It was quite a day on the internet. Tucker
of Ben Shapiro, who you work with at the Daily Wire, I think it's fair to say attacking you. Here,
5-minute clip. I'm not watching that shit. Candace Owens responds to a clip of Ben criticizing her. Ben and I have many disagreements. We disagreed on the COVID vaccine, Ukraine and Russia, Big Pharma. Tucker, it's just a little weird. So he was on the left on the 3 biggest issues of our time. It's almost like Ben Shapiro being a fascist isn't enough. You know? That's not enough anymore. Oh, okay. This is Elon posting today. Everyone is allowed to be proud of their race, except for white people, because we've been brainwashed into believing our history was somehow worse than that of other races. By the way, like, and all the conservatives I've talked to, none of them have even come close to being able to support this claim with me. It's an easily debunkable claim. It's the most whiny, fucking victim complex bullshit in the universe. That false narrative needs to die, and if we want to do the comparing game, white people have also done a lot of good for the world. And then Elon Musk replies, yeah, this is super messed up. Time for this nonsense to end, and shame anyone who perpetuates these lies. Yeah, that's about right. Hi, Oomphy. She's a Dutch fascist known for doing this white victimhood thing. Yeah. Like the greatest excesses of what conservatives project onto black people with regards to black victimhood culture, which is not an entirely unreal thing but widely overstated, pale in comparison to even the most charitable assessments of white victimhood culture. There is no group of people on earth more willing to adopt a self-victimizing mentality and to feel sorry for themselves over nothing than far-right white people. Nobody else even comes close. Not even a little bit. Yeah. So I guess the message here is that Nazis are bad. In truth, I don't really know how this is going to go. The genocide in the Gaza Strip has given young people in America the opportunity to shift from left liberal to left radical because they see what left liberal mainstream media is doing with regards to its complicitness in the genocide. And at the same time, the fact that Israel is doing something really transparently dishonest and optically bad is giving Nazis a huge wedge opportunity to basically go, hey, who knows what else they've lied about? And that's going to pull opportunists and authentically like far-right radicalized people over to the Nazi side of things. I don't know what effects this is going to have in the long run, but I don't really know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. Analysis pending. That's what I have to say. That's my messaging here. It's analysis pending. Okay? Like Jimmy Dore, who is fully blaming Israel for 9/11. Really? Yeah, this is about right. Jimmy Dore seems to endorse the Dancing Israelis 9/11 conspiracy theory that claims Israeli Mossad agents were videotaping the 9/11 attacks and celebrating.
Reported seeing them celebrating in several locations.
Okay, yeah, that's just flat out a Nazi conspiracy theory, yeah. Uh-huh. This makes sense from Jimmy Dore because Jimmy Dore, who has... Every time Jimmy Dore has grown in relevance and prestige, it's been because he did a shift to the right, like every single time. So like it was mainly the COVID vaccine thing, but like as time goes on, he is snakishly, shed his skin over and over to sort of appeal to a more and more marginalized audience. I think that Jimmy Dore is essentially just trying to do the Alex Jones bit, but he's not as good at it. Does he still like Tulsi Gabbard when Tulsi is pro-Israel? He doesn't have a consistent set of beliefs, so I wouldn't like hold him to it. What is happening? It feels like there's millions of Nazis on Twitter now. They're emboldened. They're not getting banned. All their accounts have been unbanned. They don't need to keep hiding behind like tiny, secondary or tertiary accounts. And they keep getting signal boosted by Elon Musk and by other large accounts that he himself signal boosts. Well, we'll see how it goes, I suppose. It's worth noting, though, that as dangerous as the propagation of Nazi attitudes are, I don't know if the environment is ripe for them to make much of it propaganda-wise. I don't know. Like, for instance, the only person with any real chance of becoming president from the Republican side is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not a Nazi. Like Elon Musk, Donald Trump will appeal to people who like him. But unlike Elon Musk, Donald Trump is likable already to a large group of people, American conservatives, and doesn't need to start slipping into Nazi dog whistling to get that appeal. Elon does, and he's also much more online. I don't know how the Republican Party could meaningfully front those interests. What's more, remember how we've talked so much about how the Biden administration is afraid to say anything that could be interpreted as anti-Semitic because the accusation of anti-Semitism is weaponized so often by both sides against both sides? That would open the far right up to those same accusations, you know? I don't know. What are you talking about? Elon is just sharing these statistics for no reason. Oh, I think I saw this. Yeah, is this the racial crime thing where he replied with an exclamation point because he just wants attention brought to it? I can't see it, unfortunately. That person has me blocked. I don't know Sam Harris's take on the whole thing in Gaza. Private window doesn't work anymore. All right, well, this was an exhausting stream for a few reasons. I think I'm going to delay on reading donations again because I hate you guys. I will, however, read super chats because I know those don't always get picked up. I will be streaming tomorrow. What day is it today? Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. Okay, I'll be streaming tomorrow. And that'll be fun because I like streams. It claims the killing of white women is 39 times higher than black women. Well, that's certainly not true. Vosh, Trump has been calling his opponents communists and rats. I think he's going full-fledged Nazi now. He uses not like Nazi terminology sometimes, but the rhetoric, it's mostly in a rhetorical sense, not so much in who he's directing his attention towards. Like, let me put it this way. Donald Trump talks like a fascist and a Nazi at times because that is the language of the group that he is with, but he hasn't demonstrated an interest in any of the, well, not any of the, but a lot of the ideological underpinnings of Nazism. For example, he might cry this or that about woke, but he doesn't really do the white victimhood thing that much. He doesn't seem to be that concerned with degeneracy as a concept, which is a big part of this. You know, he doesn't really seem to like lean into that too much. I think the problem is that Donald Trump ultimately wants to present himself as a kind of easygoing, you know, like, I'll talk to you, kind of like greasy charisma lord, which he is. He is that. And it's really tough to be that when you're being a Nazi Puritan, because Nazi Puritans are humorless ghouls. Does that make any sense? Like, the more you ideologically commit to Nazism, the more bound you are to your increasingly arbitrary and strict rules with regards to degeneracy and social standards. And while there are Nazis that break them constantly, like Nick Fuentes is a Nazi and a cum hunter, and a closeted trans girl, it doesn't change the fact that the fact that he is those things has ostracized him and made him a laughingstock to a lot of far-right people, you know? Like, Nick Fuentes was at his most effective as an ambassador for Nazism before he started screeching about how he was like the reincarnation of Kanye or whatever. Come. I don't know. Yeah, Trump even made fun of DeSantis for being obsessed with trans people, which just, you know, there are inconsistencies. Remember, there are always inconsistencies. There are always, it's especially with fascists. Idiosyncratic. Anyway, let me read these. Benjamin, thank you for the 5. What are your actual thoughts about Cenk getting on the ballot in Arkansas? Good on him for breaking new ground. Adrian Jipov and Shabby Cat, sorry, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. New viewer came from Hasan. Love your debates. Thank you, Shabby Cat. I appreciate that. Fenrir 502 with the 5 Australian. Thank you. Hasan's attitude is so off-putting. How do people listen to this man? The XQC of politics. Look, I've got plenty of criticisms for Hasan, but he's definitely a few steps above XQC. Tito451 with the $5. You think streamers purposefully debate people who aren't prepared and don't know what they're talking about to invalidate legitimate criticism? Sometimes, but sometimes it can also just be good content to like yell at an asshole. I don't think that's always like malicious, you know? Holomalco17, thank you for the 100 kronar. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you're doing well in Sweden. Holomalco17 with the additional 20. Really appreciate that. I would like to collab with Hasan too. I can think of lots of things that we could talk about. Prairie Fire, thank you for the $2. Can you think of a scenario when conscription is okay? Yeah, conscription is a rough one, but if you're facing down the annihilation of a country, in like the most brutal utilitarian math, sacrificing a few 100,000 conscripted men if it means protecting hundreds of thousands more, like that's really rough, but it's one of those situations where there's like no fair solution. And the moral validity of that choice goes up the more like heinous your opponent, right? Like for instance, like yeah, if you're fighting off the Nazis or whatever, you know, you can justify quite a lot in fighting back. Still alive, thank you for the $5. I don't know anything about the I-10 fire in downtown Los Angeles. I'll give it a look. Wait, I'll give it a look now. Confirmed to be arson? Huh. Large pallet fire, authorities say. Damage to remain closed in both directions near Alameda Street in Los Angeles, a city well known for its traffic congestion issues. You don't need to remind me. The span of the blaze covered about 80,000 square feet. God damn. Huh. And it's arson? Well, with a bunch of wood pallets, I guess that's a pretty easy target for arson. Repairs for the 10 freeway will take 3 to 5 weeks. Man, this is fucked up. This is already like the single worst part of the 10. This is where the 10 meets the 405, right? So this is the part. Yeah, this is already like the worst fucking part of the entire LA highway system. Oh, that sucks. Yeesh. It was Hamas, yeah. Oh, I know where this is in GTA. You guys are infuriating. Did you guys do this with Grand Theft Auto 4? That was in New York City. I don't see people looking at New York City and going, oh, like in Grand Theft Auto 4. Why are you like this? I guess GTA 5 is like the most popular game ever made or something, so. Damn, even a fire engine got burned. You'd think they would give them fire immunity buffs. It's because people have been playing GTA 5 for 11 years now. Yeah, I've never played GTA 5. The only GTA game I ever played was a bit of Vice City and more of San Andreas, but I didn't even do like the story missions. I would just like run around. I was like 10. Yeah, Prairie Fire. What are you even banned for? All right. Thank you, everyone, for your enormous patience as we rolled through the kind of difficult content today. If you donated and I didn't read it, I promise I will next stream. Of course, I said that last stream too, but you know what a goofy goofster I like to be. You know, I like keeping people on their toes. They're thinking, oh, he's gonna look for sure, and you know, I'm just trying to keep life unpredictable. I'm going to send you guys over to somebody who I haven't seen streaming in a while, but there he is with 4 viewers. Soaked Unleft. We're going to make that number larger than 4. Take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. There's lots more to cover. Stay warm and toasty if you're in the northern hemisphere, and stay cool if you're in the southern. And I will see you guys soon. I don't think I have a pre-existing button for Soaked Unleft. Doot, doot, doot. Take care.